Hello, hello. Today is the 29th of May. And I'm going to continue working on cast. What exactly are we going to do? Let's see. Let's think about it. My camera still glitches. Nice. Amazing. Alright, well, at least it still works, even if it glitches. Alright, last time I did the transpiling of the cast into JavaScript. So we have JavaScript now, in addition to cast. I think relatively soon. So like the big milestone achieved is that we have actually 2 targets. And being able to target multiple targets at the same time is what needs to be figured out properly. So maybe like a 3rd target would help it even more, which would be probably the native target. But not right now. Not right now. The JavaScript is not fully done anyway currently. So let's see. I also did some off-stream stuff. Not much. But I introduced a new type of an expression, which is now called a type expression. So my image representation now has, or I guess it's easier to see maybe in the compiler. When I'm compiling code, I'm compiling into one of the 5 things now. Enum compiled type. There you go. When I'm compiling, I have either an expression, a place expression, a type expression, a sign expression, or a pattern. So we have 4 types of expressions and a pattern in the compiled code now. Why is that needed? Technically, it's not much needed, but actually, why did I do this in the individual presentation? I could compile into the same thing. Right? Because in my normal expression now, over here, I have I mean it, yeah. So like I have, for example, the expression which denotes the function type, and then I also have the type expression, which is the function type expression. I mean, maybe it's useful to keep them separate a little bit, but I just need to move the function type here. Yeah, but the biggest thing is that we have an expression which is called, let's say an expression which is a tuple is the most important one, right? Tuple. Hello, Robert Pattinson. Hello, my Twitch chat user. You're addicted to chatting in Twitch? Is that what happens? Any other chatters around? You can talk about it, about your addiction to chat on Twitch. Okay, yeah, so basically before the thing that I did, I mean, I guess still. So like when I say in my code int32, for example, and int64, what does this code mean? Right? When we look at this, what does this mean? So if I just try to run this code, I'll get a tuple of two types. So this is not a type representing a tuple of an int and an int. This is a tuple with two types. And that is different, right? Then if we just say type int32, int64, now it's a type, which is a tuple. So this and that, they look the same, but they mean different things. Very similarly, if I have a reference to string, because string is basically like a value, right? So the problem comes from the fact that I'm treating types as values. So when I say reference to string, I'm trying to reference this type. So this is a reference to the type, which is a string. Or do I want to say this? This doesn't even work. Okay, so right now I can do this with specifying that this is a type. I'm addicted to not doing anything. How do you get addicted to coding, by the way? Well, I started coding, and then I continued coding, and you know, like once you do it a lot, you get addicted. You know, if you do it just a little bit, you might not get addicted. Like you know, if you just like you're a Twitch chat user, right? If you put one message in Twitch chat, it doesn't make you addicted. But coding is garbage. Well, that's why I'm making my own programming language, right? I'm making it be not garbage anymore by making my own programming language, which is you know, good actually. Nothing is nice. Yes, exactly. That's why we're making our own magical, nice language, the perfect language. All right. So I have a reference to string, which is a type, which is different from reference a string, which is a reference to the type string, right? These two things are different. And right now it is basically based on type inference. So when I see this defaults to taking a reference to the variable, which is called string. But if I say that it's a type, because type is not a reference, then I try to interpret this as a type, which is weird. So I introduced the new thing, which is called a type expression, which is doing this, which is basically parsing this differently based on the context. Am I like right now trying to parse a type, or am I right now trying to parse an expression? Basically. So type string. I guess for references I did not do this, so let's let me fix that. Built-ins. Reference. Linus Torvalds really needs my license money, says Rust compiler. Well, it's good that I can use the Rust compiler without paying money. For now. At least. And I don't get the watermark in my code. Okay, so I have a macro reference. This says a certain is an expression, right? But that's not exactly correct. I need to say that if I'm trying to make a type expression, then it's a little bit different. And I will return compiled type expression, which is a type expression reference, where inner would be cast compile place. Well, in this case, it's no longer the place as the inner type. Right, data would be span. Net. Oh wait. This inner boxed. A perfect language is so confusing. This is not my language. This is Rust. But what is confusing about my language? Ask me a question. It's not perfect yet, obviously. I'm figuring it out. We're going to make it perfect, though, of course. Goal is so specific today. Yeah. Hello, Nigel. So, like, Nigel, you were asking about the types and, like, the tuples and stuff. So I went ahead and off-stream I implemented the new thing in Cast, which is the new type expression. We have now type expressions, which mostly is very useful for tuples. So when I say int32 and string, this is two types. This is not a single type. This is two types. But if I say type int32 and string, this is a type, which is a tuple, and like we basically have a different syntax then now. When I want to have named things. Let's say x is int32 and y is let's say int32, right? This is like, I don't know, a two-dimensional vector. Vec2 is this, right? So what is vec2 now? Now this is not a type. It's still is two types if I just do it like this, right? So what I do instead, if I say type, and then inside of here, I have a different syntax. Because when you are writing type, you don't want to use the equal. You want to do that x field is of type int32 and y field is of this type. So like the difference is that I'm parsing the type expressions differently here, like so. Does it make sense to you? Nigel says yes. Yes. This is the question. Type is a value. Wait, hold on. Type is a value. So string is a value. But if you string type, it's not a value anymore. Wait, what do you mean? No. You can do string is type. This is still a value. This is so when you say colon, this is just asserting that the value is of a specific type, and the type of types is type, right? So string is a type, right? And type is a value. But what is the type of the value? String. It's type, right? It's easy. Okay, and then I did the references. So if I say reference to string, this is a reference to type. But if I say type reference to string, this does not work. Okay. Wait, what? Is it because I have, yeah, I probably need parentheses here. There we go. My editor cursor looks clean. It's the Neovide. Neovim. Hello, Mr. Meaner. It still is like a little bit weird. So mostly, let's say that I have an option, right? So what is an option? An option is a generic, a template, a generic type, right? So if I say option int32, I get this, right? But what if I say option int32 and int64, right? I still have like the old stuff where types, where values where like these tuples, they are going to be treated as types if the inference thinks that it's a type. Any mods in chat? There is Bot. Who can ban you? So let's say that I want to have an optional tuple type which has like field X of int32 and field Y of int64, right? I still need to do the equals here because I am not inside of the type context, because templates, they don't necessarily take types as arguments, right? You can be generic over a constant. In Rust, you have const generics, right? But by default, in Rust, you are defaulting to the type arguments when writing generic code. While I am defaulting to a value. So the problem that we have is that when I'm parsing option this, I am parsing this as a value and not as a type, which means that you see this syntax, right? If I do this, this is going to be incorrect because it's going to say that X is not found. I should instead say option type tuple like this, which is a little bit annoying at that point, is it? So should I default to types too in generics? I'm not sure if I like defaulting to types. And also, like, so I guess this is basically the reason why in Rust const generics, why in Rust, when you have the argument to your generic, right? Like, you see how easy it is to define the argument, which is a type, you just say t. But if you want it to be a const generic, you need to say const m colon u size. Why is it not just mu size? Why does it need to be a const? I don't know. Because otherwise this will be parsed as a trait bound. Because when you have a type t, usually after a colon you have the trait bounds, but this is just a type. Right? And then when you are instantiating the template, you need to surround your constants in curly brackets. This is one way to do it, right? So the reason for this is the disambiguation. When I'm doing the parsing, am I parsing right now a type or am I parsing an expression? This is annoying, right? So I'm not sure, like, if I will keep this feature of type expressions being separate. I kind of really like them being the same, but then I don't like the tuple stuff. You know. I'm actually wondering how a language like Idris does this. So Idris is a language with dependent types, and mostly this is this problem only is a problem in languages with dependent types. Does Rust allow something like foo 2021? Yes, but you don't need. But you don't do 2021. You do 2021 in curly brackets. You can do this, right? So you can have a function foo. Where you have const and u size, right? Like this. And then you can do in function main, you can do foo. So 2021, just like this, does not work. Wait, it does work. Okay. Is it because it's a number? I guess it is. Can I say like x and then over here something like const x u size 1 to 3? I don't think this will work. Wait, this still works. Wait, what? But they did use this stuff. Oh yeah. There is this. There is that. Oh, it's only like for complex expressions. I see. Yeah. So like, I guess if it is like a single thing, a simple one, then you don't need the curly brackets, right? But like, yeah, if it's a complex expression, basically, if you use some math there. What is the thing here? So if I say 2 plus 2, for example, can I do 2 plus 2? Expressions must be enclosed in braces. There you go. Because like how, because at this point we need to know if we are parsing a type or if we are parsing an expression. So this works only if I do it in braces. Yeah. And similar to that, for me, tuples are expressions, right? So if I say foo, you know, 1 and 2, right? Because this over here, let's say const n. Can I say over here a tuple usize? Is this even possible in Rust right now? Usize is forbidden as the type of the const generic. Yeah, so like they are forbidding this right now. Can I do this in... is this not possible in nightly either? What about nightly? Feature ADT const param. Let's try this. So this works. If I remove these curly brackets though, what's going to happen? Expected type found 1, right? So the problem here is that if I don't have the curly brackets here, then it's trying to parse this as a type. Otherwise, and yeah, so like, yeah, that's the problem, right? And so for me, this is an even bigger issue because I have tuples, which are type tuples, and tuples that are value tuples, and types are values. I provide number instead of I32 or something? I don't get it. Wait, what? Why provide a number as an argument here? Because if you say like let's say that I have foo2, right? This can basically return, let's say, an array of int 32 of size n. You know, you can return fixed sized arrays, for example, right? std array from function something like this. You can then say like a and b is that, because like you know that since you are specified the 2 here, that then the size of the array that is going to be returned is going to be exactly 2, and I can just destructure this. You know, I cannot say abc. This knows that we have 2 elements, right? So this is the generic argument here. And this argument can also be inferred in this case, I'm pretty sure, right? So yeah, it's something that I to be able to do too. I don't have fixed sized arrays though right now. So I was wondering, how does Idris do this? Like a lot of the languages, a lot of the functional programming languages, they have different syntax for like a type tuple and a value tuple. For example, OCaml has the type a times b, where the value is a comma b, right? So like that's how we know that this is a type and this is a value. So, yeah, and by the way, it's not only about the tuples, it's also about references, right? When I say reference to t or reference to x, right? This is a reference, this is a type which is a reference type, and this over here is a value which is reference to existing value. So like how do I differentiate between the two? I can have different syntax for the type reference and the value reference, but I don't, right? I kind of don't. So right now it's kind of cursed. I'm thinking that I should look at Idris. A language with dependent type stuff. Hello, Golfsco. Can I have a playground or something? Nix, shell, Nix packages, Idris. Is this in the Nix packages? I think it is, right? Idris. No, there is Idris and there is Idris 2. I need Idris 2, right? Wait, should I do Idris 2 or just Idris? What's the current version anyway? They don't say anything about Idris 2 here. Download Idris 2, yeah. Idris 1. Why would I want Idris 1? Idris Elba language that when? Do they have a REPL? Idris 2. Okay, so we have a REPL. Let's try this. Colon. What's the type? I cannot clear? Is there like a clear command here for the terminal? Okay, well, you have to look at the bottom of the screen then. Okay, so if I say int32, that's undefined name. Okay, wait, oh wait, I cannot, yeah, even left and right don't work here. This REPL is not very good. int32. Okay, there you go. So like this is basically very similar as in cast, right? I can have int32. Well, this is an expression probably that returns this. If I say int32 and int32 with a comma, it doesn't work because probably the tuples need to be surrounded in parentheses. int32, int32, right? So what is this? I want to know what this is. Is this a type or is this a value? If I do colon T, then I can figure out what is the type of the expression. So you see, like, colon T is taking an expression. Check the type of an expression. So, and by the way, everything that I type is an expression. So I did type an expression there, right? Which resulted in a type. Maybe, like, int32. So, like, what's the type of int32? The type of int32 is type. There you go. What's the type of int32 and int32? There you go. So this is literally the same as in cast. If you type int32 and int32, you get two types. You don't get a single type. So the question is, how do I get the type here? What's the difference? How did they implement it? Can I do like type ascriptions? I don't really know this language. Let's ask ChatGPT. How to type ascribe in Idris 2. Probably knows. Why am I seeing black screen? Wait, what? It's like made the title for this. How to type ascribe in Idris 2. Hello? This website doesn't work anymore? Oh, there you go. I asked it twice. Is there an answer? Resolution syntax. Oh, so you just expression then colon. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? So then I say int32 and int32 is a type. This does not work. Expression colon type doesn't work. Because this says unexpected type of input. Colon T in if can I do just int32 is type? No, I cannot. Unexpected end of input. This will take too long. Isn't built in with this exact name, but you're probably referring to type ascription. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. Oh, yeah, see, you say x int, yeah, so you ascribe and then, like, it's like separate thing. You cannot inline the ascription, right? So can I say something like, you know, x type? Wait, no, I cannot. Wait, what? Hello, I have the stream on mute. What is he saying? But your icon says that you are listening only. You have the stream without the video, not without the audio. Well, I guess we don't have anyone in chat who knows Idris, right? Does it work in REPL? Just a small trick. Oh, if you omit the parentheses, it will confuse the REPL parser. Oh, I see. Stupid REPL. So if I say int32 is type, int32 is type. Cannot return the named argument. Okay, you lied to me. ChatGPT. Can I say 42 int? I cannot. Alright, anyway. Maybe let's just look at the documentation, saying tuple. So we have tuples, right? They have a data pair AB, which is make pair AB, right? So this means that this over here is the definition of the type, and this over here is the definition of the value. But as a syntactic sugar, we can write A, B, which according to context means either this or that, right? So we basically have the same thing, right? With the difference that I don't have this syntax, right? So basically, A and B can mean two things. A and B can mean two things. Either a value or a type. So my question was more like, how do they differentiate between the two? You know? Can I have a function that takes a type and returns a type? How do you make a function? Function should be really simple, right? Something like fx is x. Over here, fx is x. Undefined named x. What? Show me how to do a function. I want to do a little bit of Idris. Functions. Functions are implemented by pattern matching. But in the Haskell syntax. Yes, but didn't I do the Haskell syntax there? Fx is x. Or do I do... Oh, maybe I need to do a let. There you go. I probably need to do a let. So maybe let x... Let fx be x, right? So what's the type of f? The type of f is question mark into question mark. If I try to call function f with a tuple, which is int32 and string, then we get int32 as string. What's the type of f? It's two types returning two types. You see, like, that's the problem, right? I wanted this to take a type. Okay, sure. Let's say let f. Let's say let f be a function from type into type. Can I do that? Main f is already defined. Let g type into type, right? The type of g, type into type. So if I try to call function g with int32 and int64, then it is just g int60. Okay. Sure. Okay, so, oh wait, so you can call the function that is not even defined yet? Interesting. Should I be able to do that? Type of g in string. Yeah. Okay, you can. What we will work on today? I'm not sure yet. Probably more on the maybe I will just like solve more leet codes and improve the JavaScript generation. I'm right now just looking into the types and the way they are being parsed in other languages, like which also treat types as values, like Idris. Why am I doing leet code? Because leet code is a good way to test if the language is doing the code correctly. Leet code is basically the test that already exists. Instead of me writing the tests myself, I can just test my language by solving leet code, right? It also gives me like something to do, like, you know, I'm not just like making some abstract test, but just solving a specific problem, even though their problems are made up and not real world problems, I guess, right? I will at some point move like to implement more functionality in my bot with the cast, or maybe start making a game with it, because if I can transpile to JavaScript, I am not very far from being able to make a game, I think. But there is still like more missing stuff. Okay, this is interesting. In Idris, I can call a function which is not defined yet. What's the use case of it? I think they are doing like something very similar to what I'm doing right now, which is inferring it based on the type. And I guess then the problem. So I think actually like the only problem that I have then is the fact that I'm allowing anonymous tuples with named fields. Any idea for the next game, or just toy around with the possibilities? This should be something really, really simple. The language is not mature yet. We need some simple game like a Pong, or I don't know, something very simple, you know? I'm not going to try to make a game. I'm trying to test that I can make a game, right? Something as an example. Asteroids, probably. I don't know. Okay, let's not worry about then Idris much. let's just ignore all of this. Let's skip. Let's work on something else. Which once again, let's just open LeetCode. Let's just do something. Daily check-in. All right, how do you do this? Explore problems. What do you do? All right. How do you use this website again? You go to problems. Library study plan, favorite. What is this? Is this like a daily? Yeah, that's a daily one, right? Maximize the number. Oh wait, that's a hard daily? Is like dailies sometimes easy and sometimes hard? Why do you have to pay for Linux? Isn't it free? Well, I don't have to pay it. I can not pay and just have a watermark. Yeah. Same with Windows. You don't need to activate it, right? Anyway. Do I want to solve a hard one? A hard one maybe means that I will need advanced features in the programming language, but let's try. I will read this at least. There exist two undirected trees and m nodes labeled 0 to n-1 and 0 to m-1 respectively. You are given two 2D integer arrays, edges 1 and edges 2 of lengths n-1 and n and m-1 respectively, where edges 1 I is AI BI indicates that there is an edge between nodes AI and BI in the first tree, and edges 2I is UI VI indicates there is an edge between nodes UI and VI in the second tree. So I have two trees, two undirected trees. Node U is target and node V is the number of edges from on the path from U to V. Oh, node U is target to node V if the number of edges is even. Okay. Note that a node is always target to itself. Sure. Return the array n integers answer, where answer I is the maximum possible number of nodes that are target to node I of the first tree. If you had to connect one node from the first tree to another node in the second tree. You get it, guys? I think this is easy. Know that queries are independent from each other. That is, for every query, you will remove the added edge before proceeding to the next query. Okay, so we have two trees. For every node in the first tree, we need to figure out the maximum possible number of nodes that are target, which is like the amount of nodes with the even distance from the node. Right, which is if we're just considering one tree is always a constant, is always like one of the two constants actually, right? Because we can divide basically the entire tree into the two categories of nodes, ones with like even distance from like one and one from even distances from one. So like it's either the first or the second number of nodes. And then for every node we need to figure out if I want to connect any node in the second tree to this, and then like consider it as single tree then, and see how to maximize the number. So once again, if I have a tree and I want to know what is the amount of target nodes to the current node, is basically one of the two numbers. And when I connect, it's not really dependent how I connect. I will either add one number or the other number here. I'm pretty sure. So if that makes any sense. So here is the example 1, right? So for example 1, we have for let's say for vertex 0, I have 1, 2, 3 nodes with even length and 2 nodes with one length. And for the second one, we have 1, 2, 3 nodes with even length, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with odd. So it's 3 or 5 on the second tree, and it's 3 or 2 in the second one. So for the first one, the original number is 3. And so we want to add the big... I mean, we always add just the biggest number here, right? Isn't it just 3 plus 5, which is 8? There you go. And then it will be 2 plus 5, which is 7. 2 plus 5, 7. So, like, in the output, there's only always just 2 numbers. From the second tree, I guess the biggest number, which is 5. And from the first one, it's, like, the current number. Okay, easy. Why is this hard in LeetCode? This is not hard. This is the simplest, like, problem ever. Is it today's or yesterday's? It is today's daily question. 3373. Yeah. Oh, and yesterday there was another one, which was like similar one, but medium. Wait, how do you even make a problem that is easier than this one? By just having a single tree, I guess. Solve? What do you mean solve? I am going to solve this. But the question is, can I solve this in my programming language, right? That's the goal. Let's just say solving LeetCode with my own programming language. Let's do that. Okay, the question is, are the edges given to me in any order? Do you LeetCode regularly? No, not really. But I have a competitive programming background. This is easy. LeetCode is easy in general. I mean, I did not do much of it. But compared to competitive programming, it's, yeah, Codeforces. Not exactly Codeforces. I was like, actually, like, when I was a student, I was doing the competitive programming. Like, you know, like the ACM stuff. I attended the World Finals. ACM, ICPC, yeah. Yeah, my current t-shirt is not about that, but I have a lot of t-shirts from competitiveness. All right. So we have this. Okay, so okay. So we have lists here. First of all, we have lists. Let's start writing this in cast immediately. Examples, LeetCode. This is number 3373. Maximize the number of target. Something. Use std. By the way, I made a std prelude. I should not import the entirety of std, but only the prelude, kind of. Let me work on that more. This is indeed easy. Yeah, this is easy. I'm not trying to like solve LeetCode because I want to solve the problems. I want to test my programming language. That's the goal. I will eventually, once I like am comfortable with it enough, I can move on to the actually hard problems, which is like solving something from Codeforces. or making an actual application with it, which would be nice, right? I mean, I already have part of my bot like over here, right? This bot is replying to you if you type !cast with the link to the language, right? This is already written in cast partially, but that's just very small. I could add more functionality, and then I have the goal of actually making games. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Just run examples, lead code 373. Okay. Max target nodes. Max target nodes is a function which takes. So first of all, what do we return here? We return a list of numbers, right? So a list of ints. And then I take as argument the edges1, which is a list of edges, right? And edges2, which is also a list of edges, where edge is a type, which is to, well, in this case it's actually as a list. Like if I want to, yeah, the problem is converting it from the JavaScript thing. If this is a list, I want, yeah, like they don't specify in JavaScript that this is a list of 2 elements, right? So edge is still just a list of integers. Then we just but it is length 2 because that's my input basically. Because it's kind of similar to Rust. You've only seen examples from the whole page, not return keyword. Yes, it is similar to Rust. The main difference is that I want to have. I was just looking at the Idris. I want to have more powerful type system. I want to have more powerful meta programming. I want to have more powerful. Which is in Rust completely absent the side effect system. So like I want to know what can happen with my code, you know. When did I graduate? Well, first of all, I'm a dropout, but then I would graduate in 10 years ago something. I think 10 years ago. I don't know, like, yeah, probably 10 years ago. 10, 9. I don't know, like, it's a hard question. Like, even if you try to ask me how old I am, I would need to calculate. I'm not that old, but, you know, I just don't think about that. Okay, max target nodes. Let's do this. So first of all, I need to store the tree in a little bit of a different structure, right? What's my sizes here? I mean, this is lead code. Wait, no, they actually do the 10 to 5. So like this is actually like competitive programming constraints, not like 1,000 like they usually do here. All right. I will be graduated this year. Any advices? No, not from me. I'm a dropout. Any advices for what? Like, do you want advice for like for successful graduation? I think graduation is not that difficult, even although I did not. Okay, let's just say I want to be able to store a tree properly, right? So when I store a tree, this will just be for each vertex, right? So I will have like vertices. Let's have names for stuff. This is going to be a list. So for every vertex, I have some data associated with it, right? And for every vertex, I will have edges, which are going from that vertex. Which is a list of other vertex index, where vertex index is just an integer. Whatever. Right? So what does this mean? Let's have a function. Let's have a function. Let's also rename edge. Let's use capital letters. I should probably change my standard library to use capital letters for types too, like we were talking about. So let's have a function like make tree. Make tree is a function from edges into a tree. I think what's the industry and thoughts about congested software development? Wait, what does this even mean? You're wondering what is the industry? If you are graduating, shouldn't you already be aware? But even like, I mean, I don't know. What's the question? How do you answer the question? What is the industry? I don't know. What's industry? Industry can mean a few things. Like, I don't know. What's the question that you're asking? Okay. Oh, no. It's not like, it's not even a list, right? Because in this one, they don't even tell me how many, no, we do have labels from 0 to n-1, so I can do it in a list. But maybe like it would be easier if this would be actually like a hash map. From int. I think it doesn't really matter. I can do a hash map. Even although usually in competitive programming you would do a list. Let me just use hash map. It's just the collections hash map. Okay, so we have a tree. Tree is this thing where vertices is hash map new, right? Then I return tree. Make tuple inferred to be a unit. Wait, what? Where? Wait, where? In what line? Line 7? Oh, because, yeah, I needed a comma, not a semicolon. Value is expected on line 7. Yeah, okay. Like this. Now I am making the same mistake. Int 32 is not found. Okay. Int 32 is lowercase. Yeah, okay. This is indeed right. If I want to specify the type, then I need to do hashmap.hashmap currently, because this is a module, not the actual type. Fine. Expected list type got type at line 15. Okay, yeah, sure. At least I think this is something that I need to do right now. The language source compiler macro list. My finger placement on keyboard, is it usual ASDF? I'm used to shift plus SDF. Hard to improve accuracy and typing speed. I'm not really thinking about the typing speed, honestly. But I think my placement is actually shift and ASD usually when I'm not typing anything. Or maybe it's shift SDF. I don't know. When typing, I don't know. I don't think about this. And try watching myself. We can have a keyboard webcam, I guess, if you want. Hold on. Oh, you tell me. What's my placement when I type something? I need to over here say that if I'm trying to compile an expression, a type expression, type expression list data span. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like my, what do you call this finger? The small one? It's like it's always in a weird position. My pinky. Am I using my pinky when typing 8? No, I'm using not the pinky. What do you call the fingers? What's this finger? The one between the pinky and the middle one. That's what I use to type A. The ring finger, yeah. Okay, so what is inner here? Inner is values. Inner is just the values, so like everything inside. Yeah. That's what I do. Oh wait, is values optional? Yeah. This should be let some inner the values or tail expected inner type. Let's do that. What's my word per minute? How do you test this? Typing game. Type racer. Let's race. Monkey type. Which one is better? Type racer or monkey type? Type racer is the one which is multiplayer. This one is just a solo one, right? Let's do a race. If anyone wants. Ah, what is that? I want to change the language. Create racetrack. There we go, copy. Play terminal city game. What is this link that they... Okay, whatever. Why is it their Langro? Guest. Okay. Why is it even in Russian? Oh, wait. Oh, it's the Russian, like, the language Russian is the language for, like, typing things. Like, how do I change it? Stupid website. Like the website for me is in English, right? But there is... Why is there, like, Russian? Russian. Change this. Language. English. Okay, we start from scratch. There we go. Why does Twitch not recognizing this as a link, though? Because it is... Why? Alright, whatever. You can do it. Come in. Alright, we have 3 people. I think we had the 4 people before. Wait 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Start. Oh, wait. Did I need to join? Start. Did I do it correctly? I have no idea what this website is. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The great edifice of variety and choice that is an American supermarket turns out to rest on a remarkably narrow biological foundation comprised of a tiny group of plants that is dominated by a single species, Zinnias, giant tropical grass most Americans know as corn. 61 words per minute. Hand reveal. I don't know, somebody asked what is my position when I'm typing on the keyboard. I'm gonna hide it. Yeah, I don't know. I never tried to be fast at typing. 61 is relatively good, though, I think. This is not my fastest result. I was making a lot of mistakes. Yeah. Hello, Nerdsoul. Okay, what is this? Expected list type got type. Line 15. Lead code. Line 15. Expected type list type got type. In built-in macro list. Expected type list type got type. What do you mean expected type list type? Oh, I know why. Because this over here, this is not a list. This is not a type list. This should be type list. So like this is the problem that I have, right? Is list a type or is list a value list, you know? They look the same, but they are different. There you go. Panic is not found. I think I need to export panic from the prelude. Panic is panic. Expect type got list. Failed to compile function. Huh? Now you don't even tell me the line where you fail. Show results. Was that you who was still going at the end? What was your result? What's the problem with this code? What does it say? Failed to compile function. Expected type got list. Which function? I probably would. I would like to know. I mean, it's this function actually. Yeah, it's this function. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because this returns nothing currently. Let's just make an empty list, I guess, in the end. There you go. The result was 18. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. There's no way your actual result is 18. You're typing it in chat pretty quickly. There's no way. You're lying. Bam, bam. The cursor animating is having awesome time. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually go to solving. So like I make a tree. A tree is basically a hash map from each vertex, right? So this over here is the vertex index actually, right? Vertex, we can call it vertex ID, whatever. Vertex ID. So each vertex it just has the edges going out of it, right? And I want to convert the list of edges into an actual structure tree, so we just go for how do I iterate? We do for edge. I don't have pattern matching there, right? I do not. Yes, so let's say for edge in edges list.iter into iterate. That's what I need to do, right? List std collections list. I think it's there. I need to like improve the ergonomics here. I think I also need to specify the type. Let's just say dbgh here for now. And also I will need to test this, right? So let's have function test. Function test. So edges 1, list of edges. Edges 2. You know what? Let's have edge actually as not a list. You know what? I don't worry about the fact that we're going to use list. Let's just have edge is type, which is 2 indices, right? So 2 vertex IDs like this. There you go. So I have a list of edges 1, and I have a list of edges 2, and then I have a expected result, which is a list of integers. And then I need to just test that it is equal, right? So I say actual result is max target nodes of edges 1 and edges 2. And then if edges 1 is not equal to edges 2, then panic test fails. Something like this. And then we have this test. And we have this test over here. I'm just going to convert this to parentheses, I guess. This is edges 2. Oh god, what do you mean, oh god? Can I not just like select all of this and then change all the opening bracket? into this. Why does it start? That's not what I selected. I'm only selecting this. Can I substitute inside this selection? But it substitutes the entire line. Like, is this how Vim works, really? Stupid Vim. We first solve it in Rust on LeetCode, and then let the GPT let us port it in Cast. I think I'll just write this in Cast directly. This problem is very simple. There is no reason to write it in two languages, I think. Let's have this, that, and then the result is supposed to be that. Right? So this is my test. We can have the other one. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Dot edges 1, dot edges 2, dot edges 1, dot edges 2, dot expected result. Let's have this test where I say that edges 1 is that, edges 2 is that, and expected result is that. There you go. That's my test. And then we just have this. I just copy paste like that. And I have a yeah, sure, let's do that. And we have this, edges 1, edges 2, expected result. This, why does it scroll automatically for me? Weird. I currently need this list. It's fine. And then I will do parentheses here. Time to switch to Helix. Helix is nice, yeah, but I mean, I don't think I will switch to Helix. I will just switch to VS Code instead. If I get too annoyed with my Vim. Okay, so we have these two tests, right? That's what they have here. Yeah, sure. Let's try running. Okay, so now cannot finish parsing line 31. What's the problem here? Can it finish parsing list underscore expected the closing bracket? Oh, yeah, that's right. I literally didn't close the bracket here. And also over here, I need two dots. And inside of the if, we need a then. If only I knew the syntax of my own language. Does not have field into iter. STD collections list. Oh, it's just the iter. I don't have the into iter. Okay, sure. Over here, we'll say iterate, but then I need a reference to the list, right? Which means that I'll just make this take a reference to the list. DBG is not found. In the prelude, DBG. Let's re-export that. Panic to do. Okay, so we just panicked. Oh wait, no, cannot order, not inferred types. All right. I don't have the thing. Because this, or yeah, that's why. So yeah, right now I have to specify this type here. So edge is a reference to edge. Right. Okay, and then we just have a panic to do. So we need to do this. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to say let tree1 is make tree with edges 1, and tree2 is make tree with edges 2, right? So let's first see that this code works properly. What it does right now, it does dbg prints the stuff, then it says place has been moved out in the standard library 132, or in this line 34, edges 1. Yes, that makes sense. Because that's not what I first of all, so I'm moving the list into the inner stuff, and then I am supposed to say if actual result is not equal to the expected result. That's what I should be doing. Okay. Okay, and then it says that not equal doesn't work for list integers and list integers. Okay. So this means that in my interpreter, I have not implemented the equality of lists yet. So let's do that right now. Over here, if I have a value list A and value left-hand side, I guess, list right-hand side, then I just say left-hand side up, right-hand side. Okay, panic test fails. All right, sure. I think also before I panic in this thing, I should probably show the actual current output, right? So let's say dbg actual result, dbg expected result, print expected result, print actual result. I should like actually implement this string interpolation at some point. Okay, so yeah, expected result is this list, but actual result is an empty list because that's literally what I'm returning over here, right? I'm just constructing the trees, and I'm not even constructing the trees properly. I was just debugging the edges. So let's do this. I need to say, I need to say hash map insert into, and not even insert. So like in this case, I need like the entry API. I need the entry API. So, but I can do get hash map. Let's see, not here. Hash map in the standard library. What do we have? I just have get insert. Get returns optional value. Sure. So so I say get. Let's say this insert edge. So this edge is a reference, right? Can I say something like this? Let AB is edge dereferenced, right? Something like this. So I insert edge AB, and then I insert edge BA, because this is an undirected graph. That's what we want. And what is the insert edge? Insert edge is a function AB into if tree, if hash map get tree for tree dot vertices A is none, then hash map insert tree vertices A and a new vertex, right? new vertex, which is edges, is an empty list, right? Just use the greatest language on the planet, JavaScript. That's what I'm doing. I am like the way I'm going to solve lead code with a programming language is that by transpiling to JavaScript. I am going to use JavaScript. And then I say once again hashmap.get 3 vertices and a. I say let some vertex, some a is this, because I can do that right now. Because I'm not checking for exhaustiveness. Okay, and then we say a dot edges, which is the list, right? And I need to do list push into the edges, the new edge, which is b, right? Okay. Can I just over here say something like dbg_tree1? So like, what have I actually created there? Cannot get fields of type reference to edges. Yes. Of course. Because I need to, I do not have auto dereferencing, so I need to like dereference a and then say dot edges. Sure. Except I have reference to int32 got int32. Line 29. Insert edge AB. Wait, A is like vertex ID, right? B is vertex ID, right? Line 29. This one, insert edge AB. Maybe like I need to say over here, we have vertex ID, vertex ID. Wasn't inferred properly or what? It's to say that while evaluating. Expression evaluated to the incorrect type. Expected this, got that. Instantiate expression at line 21. I was so confused why you put Rust type system before identifier. Wait, where did I do that? Where do I have a type before identifier? Or you mean like... Where? Okay. Hold on. How to write my own programming language? What is the problem? Something... Or maybe I have a bug somewhere. So the thing at line 21, column 12 to 23, column 12 to 23. So this one, hashmap.get. No, oh, this entire thing, right? Or what? No, 21, 12 to 23. Yeah. Hold on. 21, 12 is this. 23 is over here. So this hashmap.get was evaluated. Expected type int32 got a reference to int32. Where? Hashmap get, let's see, this is a hash map from vertex ID to vertex, right? Just to make sure. While evaluating call expression, fail to compile function. Okay, so now something failed to compile, right? Failed to compile function over here. Hashmap is not a template. Oh! Yeah, this over... Yeah, okay. It's a little different. This is a freestanding function in the hashmap module. Like so. Okay, okay, so while instantiating the call expression, line 12 to 61. 12 over here to 61, which is until the end. So like the arguments here are incorrect. Hashmap get. Oh, wait, hold on. Because okay, I understand now. In order to get, I need a reference to the key, not the actual value of the key. That's why. So like this is a vertex ID. In order to get something from a hash map, I don't need to own the index. I don't need to own the key, and to pass it this thing. Okay, that makes sense, kind of. And to improve my error messages though. And the same thing goes over here. Fighting with his own compiler. Yeah. That happens. My language is not done yet, right? I need to like identify these pain points and then improve them. Of course. It is a very young language. Okay, so there you go. I have made this thing. Let's improve the debug printing of the hash map though, because this is all done in one line for some reason. Value hashmap value, this thing. Hashmap value is being printed. Can I like find the implementation of the display for hashmap value over here? Yeah. This over here, yeah, this stuff. I need to instead do key.fmtf write f equal, and then value fmtf. And then I also need to say that if... Okay, so if I want to do it in one line, then if index is not 0 and f.alternate, then I do a comma. Otherwise, in the end of this, I say if... And wait, no. If not alternate, and then over here, if f alternate, then I write line f comma. Yep. Also over here, I need to say that if f alternate, then I need to write line. And then I also need to like to do the padding. Add adapter new. But this only needs to happen if it is alternate. What else do I have there? With padding. Padding is if f alternate, then 4 spaces. Otherwise, no spaces. That f is that f. And then this doesn't work. Wait, what? How do I do this? No, I can do right. Or maybe I will need in this case to use stdfmt right, probably, because it's... Yeah, this is stupid. But sure, we just do this. And then I cannot do key fmt. I instead need to do f write key, right? And f write value. Oh, Adam, hello. Thank you for the raid. Why did I not have the, or maybe I had the thing. It's just my audio is on my headphones again. Hello, guys. How are you doing? Adam, thank you for the raid. Hello. Is Adam's still working on the game? All right. I am working on my own programming language. I was working on my games, and you can see my game on the top right. You know, guys, you should wishlist this. This game is good. I promise. All right, let me show you my game actually a little bit, since Adam was doing some game dev stuff. Let me at least show the trailer with audio. It's a puzzle game, and you like attach the powers to the sides of the character to solve the puzzles. And we have portals. And we have boxes that you push. And it's difficult. If you like puzzle games, consider wishlisting. I'm not working on it right now, though, right? We have a demo, so you can not only wishlist it, you can also try and play the demo, which is about 1 hour long. Yeah, we're literally waiting on the wish lists currently. We need to do more marketing, but I'm too lazy to do that. So instead, we're working on our own programming language here and trying to solve lead code with it. All right. Specifically, the today's daily question. I will need to work on the language too a little bit. So what I did right now, I just made a little bit of a better debugging for my hash maps, which like make this on its own line. So there you go. This is my tree that was parsed, right? It's a hash map. Vertex 0 has edges to 1 and 2. Vertex 1 has edges to 0. Maybe I don't. Maybe I want to, instead of like a hash map. Maybe I should have like a tree map, because reading this in a random order kind of sucks. I'm not going to do the ordered map right now, though. Let's do it later. What am I building? I'm making a programming language and solving lead code with it. Hello, Tony Dev. Yeah, so here's the code that I'm writing. Okay, so we make 2 trees. We just parse the input, basically convert it into a data structure, which will allow us to do that easier. Okay. So then, in order to actually solve the problem, once again, we need to basically split the tree into 2 sets of vertices. The vertices that are on even distance from 0 and the vertices that are on odd distance from 0. Right? And then I probably also want to store... So basically for every tree, right, I need to have a function. I need to have a function of sorts, which takes a tree, Did I build a game I was just playing? Yes. That's my game. Yes, it's on Steam. You should wishlist it. Do it. I'll work on the game at some point too. I don't know. I'm too addicted to making my programming language right now. Can't stop. Okay, function tree. So from the tree, I need to basically only have the thing, which is you know, like some tree data that I'm calculating. Which is what? Tree data is a thing where you know, like odd vertices I need like a set or something. I can do a list. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, no. I will need to see in which we are. I kind of want a hash set, but I don't have. I can write a hash set though using a hash map, right? Let's have a hash set of vertex IDs. Yes. And same for even. Let's make a hash set here. What's a hash set? It's a module struct. Let's have it in line here. So we have a type hash set role t. It's a thing. It's basically like just an alias. Let's just make a hash map from t to unit. Right? Yeah. And then I have insert. Function from set, which is a reference to a hash set of t, and value, which is t. So I just do hash map insert into this set value this, right? And then I want to just have the method contains function set hash set t value, so like a reference to t, right? This should just give me a boolean. So I'll just say hash map get set value is sum. I think that's all that I need here. Do I use Bevy? No, I did not use Bevy. I was using Bevy originally because actually we did win the Bevy Jam because that game was originally made for the Bevy Jam. But I'm using a custom engine now. I like custom things, you see. I'm making a custom programming language, then I'm going to make a custom game engine in this programming language, and we're going to have a game written in this too. But for that, for the Linksider, I'm just using Rust and a custom engine. Bevy is there is a lot of learning things for Bevy, although I'm not sure if I can recommend Bevy, to be honest. If you want to make a game, you need to use a game engine. Bevy is not a game engine, really. There is a lot of things that you would need to do manually still. It's a more of a framework. Just use Godot. I think. I'm not sure though. I didn't actually use Godot. It's just like when you do anything in Rust, you should be prepared to do things from scratch. Not everything, but like there's still going to be something that you would need to do manually. And a lot of people just don't even like don't think Rust is good language for game development at all because of the slow compile times, right? Mostly. Also, if you are not very confident with the your ways around the borrow checker in Rust, you will have hard time. Although Bevy and like the ECS is kind of like solving it in a way. Where? Line 12. Okay. Sure. Line 55. Okay, so now this function, right? I need to have 3 data. Let result 3 data is this thing where odd is hash set new. Also, yeah, that's another thing that I should do, right? In a hash set, we should have function new. Just hash map new. So we have hash set new, and even is hash set new. Let's do that, and then we just do the simple DFS, right? So we just traverse the tree. We just traverse the tree. We starting with any vertex. But if I'm storing this in a hash set, why did I do a hash set instead of a list again? Not sure. So this means that I need to get something, right? Like any node. I can do. Let's just do say root, or of the tree would be tree dot vertices, and I need to iterate over them. Iterate the tree vertices, and then I need to like just get the first one, right? How do I even do that? I cannot do that, can I? Iterate. Let's say first of this. I cannot even do that because that's not a value. Interesting. I guess I can just do the loop for vertex in this. Root is equal to vertex. I can do that, but that's ugly. But sure. And I can say root is root. Oh wait, hold on. When I'm iterating, what does it actually give me? Std hash map. Iterating. I don't even have the iterating. I only have the into iterator. Am I using double GPU still? No, I'm not using it. I'm using OpenGL, very old OpenGL. So it works with WebGL 1 and OpenGL ES version 2. I started making my engine before WebGPU was a thing. Before WebAssembly was a thing. Maybe I just need to... I don't know. I mean, I just should improve my language. Of course. Is there a function clone in standard library? Yes, there is. I can clone it. Okay. So because I can only do into iterator here, I cannot do the reference, which means that I need to do cloning of this tree vertices. Yes, let's do this, sure. Annoying, but fine. So, and when I'm iterating over the vertices, this is like the entry, right? Which would be actually like I'm iterating over vertex ID and vertex, but all I care about is the vertex ID, right? So I ignore the vertex itself. Root is vertex ID. There you go. And type shape is not inferred, fail to hash. Evaluating read expression at line 8. Function set value t. Wait, what? Hash set. I'm not inserting anything, right? Can you not compile this? Is what you're saying? Why not? I just look at the last there. Value is not expected in built-in macro tuple. Tuple line 51. Of course, this is the type. Okay, panic test fails. Okay, something was calculated, even although not all of the code compiled. Fail to compile function. Type shape is not inferred. Fail to hash. Evaluation read expression in type ascribe. Line 8. Line 8, line 8. It's always, this is all about line 8. What's wrong in this line? Do you not know that this must be a type or something? Do you not know that this should be a type? It should be inferable though, right? Ah, over here in the new it's not inferable for sure. I'm not using it. I need to specify this explicitly. This one maybe indeed cannot do this. We can instantiate it. And this hashmap new t unit like this. Okay. Line 13. Okay. Actually, this was the case. Okay. I just need to specify the type here. Oh wait, is it because this is a type? It is, yes. Get t unit. Okay, panic failed. Expected type got hash map. This doesn't say where though, which is weird. What even is this line? Have I built the tree yet? Yeah, I had to build the trees. Do you have any recommended resource to learn async in Rust? Probably the Tokyo book. Tokyo RS, the website. Learn. And they should be talking about async in general here. Yeah, I mean, this is about Tokyo, but like, I mean, I think they can talk about async in depth. Like this over here specifically will tell you how async in Rust works in general. I don't know if there is any better resource than this. But also, if you can do Rust without async, just do it without async. Async is difficult in Rust. Okay, so the code runs. I just panicked still. So what is not done? I need this tree data, right? So I'm iterating. So I found the root of the tree, which is just any vertex. Just have a to do here. So what I want to write is something like root is you know, like I just want to like find any vertex in the any entry in the set, right? So something like tree vertices, iterate next, unwrap 0. Like, you know, like that's how you would do it in Rust, right? The first element of the collection, something like, not sure exactly what I would want it to look like. Okay, so we are iterating. I found the root. Then we just do the traverse starting from the root. Okay, and I also have yeah, I have traverse, root, and root. Why is that? So like, it's basically a DFS, right? But because we are on a tree, I don't really need to store whether I have visited the vertex or not, because it's a tree. I just need to make sure that I'm not going back to the previous vertex where I came from. And for the beginning, I just say that the previous vertex is the starting one, so we can go anywhere. And then I have a function, traverse. This one should be recursive. So it should be inside a recursive scope here, actually. Is that what I need to do right now? Maybe. Because, so this is where this is not doable in Rust. I am going to write a recursive closure, right? Because we're going to capture the tree variable here. So traverse is a closure function, whatever. Saying that current vertex ID and previous vertex ID. So then I need to look at all of the adjacent vertices, right? So I go for adjacent or neighbor, I don't know, or neighbor in in tree.vertices. So we do hash map.get from the tree vertices. I get the current vertex, right? This should exist. Let's assign it to a variable. Let current vertex is this. Let some current vertex be this. And then neighbor in current vertex dot edges. Current dot edges is a list of vertices, so I need to iterate over them, right? Which means list dot iterate, right, over these edges. Also, once again, I don't really have the auto dereferencing, since this is going to be a reference to the actual vertex. I will have to write something like that. And then neighbor is just a reference to vertex ID, because I'm iterating without taking ownership, right? So for every neighbor, I just traverse the neighbor with my current vertex ID. So let's, okay, sure, previous vertex ID, current vertex ID, over here ID, right? So this is neighbor ID. And then also I only do this if neighbor ID is not equal to the previous vertex ID, only then I traverse it. Right? So, okay, so this means that I'm traversing the tree. And also, one other thing that I should do is what's my current distance, you know, is like, you know, even is a boolean, right? And every time we traverse an edge, I should say not even. We start with even being true. Am I snorting Rust again, Kuvi? Feels weird, man. No, I'm snorting Cast, my own programming language, which is better. You know, Rust is not strong enough for me anymore. All right. So then, since when I'm traversing the stuff like this, I say that if we are even, then so if even, then result dot even. Otherwise, result dot odd is like the result something something result, I don't know, vertex type. Naming is difficult. Call it A. Result store. Okay, and then we'll do list dot push into, no, it's not a list, right? This is a hash set. So we'll do hash set. We insert into the result store the current vertex ID. There we go. Bam. Time to pull up Coq. I heard that Coq is actually called Rock now. So, so like there's the Rock. This is basically the Coq. I'm wondering if they changed the name. I wonder what is the reason to change the name was. It's called the name evolution. The Coq evolved into a rock. They just changed the name. When did it happen? Like yesterday? The rock prover was formerly known as the Coq. The name Coq referenced the calculus of construction. But now it's the mythological bird rock. Stone better than Dick? Rule. Okay. I think so. Like so we did two things currently in this program. We converted the list of edges into a tree, which is every vertex is now aware of all the edges going from that stuff, and then we converted every tree into two sets: the set of odd and the set of even vertices in the tree. Right? And that's technically all that I need, right? I'm just going to make tree, and then I'm going to just pass this directly into this tree data. Make tree, and then I just get the tree data. Line 68. I forgot the then keyword, of course, like I always do. Wonderful. We have a couple more errors. The application crashed, panicked, and then it continued to work. Really? Binding neighbor is not a macro. While evaluating macro call expression as standard library 6. Macro call. Oh, there is a not. There we go. Not is weird. I think I need to say not even. I don't use the exclamation mark for not, right? Okay, then line 69 over here has something else. traverse. Not even. Ah. Isn't like root is supposed to be vertex ID, right? Line 69. Expected a reference to int, got int. Line 69. Okay, what is wrong here? Something is a reference instead of an actual thing. Oh, because neighbor. Neighbor is a reference, that's right. Neighbor is a reference because I was iterating over here, right? So I think I want to dereference it. Neighbor ID is neighbor ID, just dereference it here. Expect type hashmap underscore got hashmap int 32. Are you stupid? At line 56. Expression evaluated to incorrect type. Expected type hashmap underscore got hashmap in. Oh, got a function into hashmap. I see. New. Yes, this is just a function. Right? I mean, this over here is basically a function which takes nothing, returns a hash set of t. There you go. Which is like that, implemented. I need to like get rid of this ugliness too. It's fine. Fail to compile function. Read reference at line 7. T must be a type. Well, that's what you want again? Alright. Got reference, expected reference, got a hash map at line 63. 63. Hashmap iterator, clone tree vertices. Yeah, because when I'm cloning, I need a reference. That's right. I'm cloning a reference. The reason I'm cloning, yeah, sure, because I don't have the way to iterate over a hash map right now, which I could do. Expression evaluated correct type, got binding t, got int32. Oh, this might be a bug actually. Although there is still an expected type int32 got a reference to int32 somewhere. Expected, so like I expected a reference to hash map int like this, but the result is that in the interpreter I evaluated something and I got this. Okay, this is a bug for sure. So this is the implementation of a hash set, because I'm calling a hash map. Oh wait, maybe not. Hold on, I expected a function. So okay, I expected a function taking a reference to hash map, an integer, and nothing. This is the insert. Yeah, and then I got this t and that. Oh no, yeah, this is the function insert. It's indeed, yeah. So over here, when I say hashmap insert, if I say insert t and this will probably be fine. So like it cannot infer it for some reason. right? Okay. Then expression evaluated to incorrect type. This is now... So this is now the same thing, but without a function. While evaluating the tuple expression at the line 13. This over here, this tuple expression. This tuple expression was expected to be something. Would you kindly ban me, says Robert Pattinson? Why do you want to be banned? Be less addicted, you know? I don't know. I'm addicted to coding. I'm not trying to ban myself from coding to fix my addiction, right? Just embrace it. Oh yeah, you had a job, right? You can just work. Did you get a job recently? How is it? What do I do here? Okay, let's have a minimized example, maybe. It's because it literally says that I evaluate to the incorrect type. Expected binding T got int 32, but T is int 32 in this case. Right? Right. Yes, of course. For sure. When I do a tuple, is that when I'm doing it? Let me see here. If I say, let's go into the REPL, and I say something like this. And I say something like this, you know? Let f is for all t, type, I don't know, tt, whatever, f int 32. This is int 32, okay. Wait, this is when I'm evaluating stuff, right? Okay, so what if inside of here I have a function from x, type t, and then I will return from this function x and x, right? So if I say f, 1, 2, 3, there you go. This is not correct. This is the bug. So 1, 2, 3 is obviously of type int 32, not of type t. T is int 32 in this. Okay. If I say just x here, but not x comma x, then it is then it knows that it is an int 32 because it's the same value. All right. So is the problem that I'm not substituting bindings somewhere? Let me see. In the interpreter, function eval. I say substitute bindings, right? So they should be substituted already. Or, oh, wait, I know. It's because I did a tuple, right? So expression tuple gives me the value, which is a tuple. I think tuple unnamed data type clone. This over here is incorrect. Data type clone is not correct. This should be substitute bindings. Cast, which is self. Cache, recurse cache, new. This clone substitute bindings like this. So the yeah. I just need to make sure that t is equal to int32. Inside the type inference, when I'm doing my type inference algorithm, I am working with types that don't have values yet, right? Which is just t. So I'm just inferring the type to be t sometimes, even though t is not known yet, because it's a generic argument. So I need to substitute it. Sometimes, yeah, that makes sense. Once again, f is for all t. For all t, function xt returning xx. F123. This didn't fix it. Why not? Okay, let's move it into a test then. Into an example. Tuples f is for all t. Xt x. GBG f123. Okay. Can we please fix this? How do I fix this? Data type in further default. Result. Yes, so result is this value with this type. D debug this. Check loop, hello. guess not debug, just like print. Not type. Okay, so this is all the things that I have been evaluating as tuples. As a result, it just gets 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is supposed to be int 32, int 32. I don't see any int 32, int 32s here. Am I stupid? Wait, what? Result type. It's been a while since I made what I was a code addict. Panic, tuple value type is type. Oh. I mean, this kind of makes sense. Maybe this. I go do substitute the bindings here already. This would be result type actually. How to set up such devenv as you have? What do you mean devenv? Developer environment is like what? Like have the Rust compiler and the language server and the editor. I'm specifying my development environment in the flakes over here. This is all that I'm installing, right? I'm installing Rust toolchain, Rust analyzer, and that's basically it. The editor is set up outside of the project though. The IDE is also, you can see it in my Nix files over here. If you want to try my NeoVim, you can just do this if you have Nix, which you can install on any Linux distribution. And then if you want to just configure it, you can take a look here at my NeoVim configuration. And over here is all the plugins that I install. It's just 2 files for the NeoVim. If you want to do it without Nix, then you can figure it out. It's not that difficult to understand what my Nix code does here. This is just a list of plugins, and then there's a single Lua script, Lua configuration for it. I'm not doing anything fancy there. Yeah, and then the NeoVim is run inside the NeoVide, which is the front end. Yes. Okay, what's the oh, no, there is no problem, right? Yeah, there you go. So 123 123 is of type binding T binding T. Yes. Why is that? That is wrong. This is when I was evaluating this. Are you saying that I don't have the T in scope when evaluating that? That's not true. Should have T. Can I like show all of the variables that I have in scope? Why is it TT? Where do I need to look? I already substituted the bindings, right? And if I substitute the bindings for the type, maybe I don't. So hold on. If I substitute bindings for the type shape, I have a tuple here. Then we have tuple substitute bindings, which substitute the thing. Only do something if it is inferred. It's in the recurse cache, then it returned immediately. By the way, you won the game, so what are we doing today? Which game? My game? The Link Cider? Did you wishlist it? I was trying to solve the leech code, but then I found a bug in the compiler, I think, right now. So I'm looking at it. And then we're going to continue solving the leech code. So I have this problem where if I run this code over here, I have a function that takes a variable of type T and returns this value duplicated, right? So the type of this is so obviously the type here is T and T, right? But in this case specifically, since T is int32, when I'm calling this function, it's supposed to say that the type of this is going to be 2 integers, right? But it's not being substituted for some reason. The pin is gone again. Why does it have a timeout by default? I don't know. That's how Twitch works, I guess. Okay, maybe it's because value, tuple value has a thing which is called a type inside. Oh, there's also this recursive. The type here is data type. This is also wrong. I need to do substitute bindings. Self at recurse cache. Yeah, you're very brave to do a puzzle game on Steam. Well, how so? Do the puzzle games not work well on Steam? People hate puzzle games? Or what? I don't know. Pretty much. A puzzle game is also difficult. So I guess, yeah, I guess I can see. I can see people having skill issue and complaining about the game. Sure. Audience puzzle game when? Boarding is just no checkpoint, so I mean I can just remove the undo redo functionality from the game and then it's 14, right? The recursive scope was not the issue though. I just found another bug here, I guess. Tuple value new gets me the type. The type of a value is just the tuple type. Okay. When I infer, I just say make same. Okay, sure. So let's just look at all of the things called the new. No references found. Wait, I never called the new. I only do the new unnamed. And new unnamed is happening. Tracked macro. Or some contexts. And inside the interpreter, this is not inferred tuple type. A result type clone, where result type is substituted. Wait, I mean, I literally, like, over here, I'm printing this. This is supposed to be substituted. There is no way. Let me think about why. Would that not be the case? What happens when I do... Oh, it's because... Wait, it's because when I'm inside the function, I don't know it. Because I'm not using the current interpreter context. Oh... Oh, I get it now. Yeah, we have a bug in the compiler. So what happens is that when I do function call, right? So when I'm calling a function, I basically forget about everything that is in my current scope, and I instead use the captured scope. Right? When I'm defining a function inside of a generic, for generic functions, like this over here is capturing the scope in which the t doesn't have a value yet, right? So I'm just capturing a binding without a value. So when I am calling this function, even although this is basically desugared as f_int32, I'm still calling the original compiled function. So what does this mean, though? What does this mean? Because, like, on one hand, so what should happen? And that's what is happening, right? That when I'm calling a function from inside the body of the function, I should not see the variables is defined at the call site. Right? That's why I'm substituting the current evaluation context with the captured context. Yeah, the current scope with the captured scope. But in the captured scope, I don't have the value for t, which I'm specifying here. So when I'm... Wait, do I? No, I don't. Hold on. No. F int32 is the thing that returns a new function, right? Hold on a second. Let me just debug this. Let me try just writing this. Yeah, this still doesn't work. Now let's remove this part. Okay, so it says that it's a function taking an int32 and returning underscore. It cannot infer this. Okay. I mean, maybe it should be able to infer it, right? It's a function from t into t and t, right? That's what it is. It should return tt. I mean, it's just because the tuples have the type inference there is weird. Okay. If I do that, does that help? Wait, this actually helps. Why does this help? Why does this help? This is not supposed to help. What if I say here underscore? What if I say here underscore? What if I say here underscore? Then we have a TT. Okay. Got it. Wait a second. What? So when I'm evaluating this x, comma x, the the type of this is inferred to be int32 into not known. Who made it like this, lol? Yeah, who made it like this? I don't know. Who wrote this language? There's a problem here. So this should be inferred to be a tuple, right? I think I know why. I know why. When I'm substituting the bindings, I should also substitute them for defaults. That's why. Because I have, so like for tuple expressions, they are defaulting to tuples, right? But they also can be treated as types. Like, it's very weird. So because of that, when I'm substituting the not inferred value, I should not only substitute the actual value, but also potentially the default value. Because the default value doesn't get substituted, and that is wrong. If you know what I mean. So maybe not inferred stuff should be substituted. And when I substitute that, it just returns self. But I should also substitute self variable get or default. Like, I need to literally modify my default here. Okay, let's go to the type inference. Great. So I have a maybe not inferred stuff. And for this one, I need to take a look at defaults. Default value. Like, when is the default value being changed? By default, it's none. New with default is when I'm setting this. Yes. I need to like map. That's what I should do. So I need to, like, for the inferable things, to have a function map. Right? Like, what am I doing there in the substitute bindings of maybe not inferred t. Inferred substitute bindings. Like so. I think I should have a function like map. So because like both inferred value and the default value should be substituted. Because if I substitute it later for defaults, then I lose it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The problem is that my inference engine has default values, and I'm not substituting the default. That's the problem. Just don't know how to do it yet. Fuzzy algorithm, hello. If I have a maybe not inferred, should have a method that allows me to, like, I don't need to mutate the default value, right? I need to basically construct a new variable, a new inference variable, which is equal to that, right? And default value is default value e. Default value has arg e, which means that t must be inferred though. But can I default to the not inferred value? That would be very weird. But I think so. Like right now in my inference engine, the default value is always like an known thing, but then like partially known thing, right? But but we might want to be able to default to an existing variable too. This is difficult. Let's try, like, what do I want to write? I want to write to self dot map, which is what substitute bindings is, right? If I have inferred value, if I have some inferred value, then I want to do inferred substitute bindings with cast and cache, right? That's what I want. So if I have an inferred value somewhere, then I need to substitute bindings there. How do I configure hyperlent to be like that? My hyperlent is basically default. But you can see my hyperlent configuration over here, home, hyperlent conf. It's like pretty much default though, I'm pretty sure. Or if you're asking about the bar, I'm using the hyperbar. Hyperpanel, which is like pre-configured bar for you. Hyperpanel is this thing, which I didn't configure it much. Hyperpanel. Okay, I think this makes sense, but then infer substitution bindings is potentially giving me the not inferred thing. Okay. So let's have this function map in maybe not inferred. Implement t inferable, maybe not inferred t. Public function map self f self. We just do this. You do have like the recurse cache though, so it doesn't try to map recursively. Okay. Have the recurse cache access here. So f would be a function taking t and returning what? Returning maybe not inferred t and recurse cache needs to be done here. So instead of saying infer substitute bindings over here, I'll just say f with inferred. So when I'm calling this, I also need to give it the cache. But then it means that cache should be here. Otherwise, I will capture it. So this function also takes medieval reference to recurse cache. Annoying. Sure. Okay, so now I just moved this into the inference module. That's all I did. So this will work exactly like before. And now what I need to do is to actually make it work different. So now when I'm mapping the stuff, I need to see if my variable has a default, right? Then I also need to map it. Let's try. If my variable has a default, yeah, like only if it's inferred, then the default matters. If like only if it is not inferred, then the thing doesn't matter. Yes, indeed. So if it is not inferred over here, then I need to potentially see self variable state. How do I get to the state here? Root state. ID var state. Well, first of all, I need to get root here, right? Get root. Var state. Get root. This. Root state. Like I mean I just need to have a method, right? Self default, right? So I have this method called inferred or default, right? But I should just have a function called default, which will give me option arc t, right? Var state get root self state dot not modify get root ID. What can we do with ID? Get dot what is the type here? Variable state. As root gives me data. As root gives me data. And then inside of this data, we have the default value. Which I can get. There we go. That's all I need. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. So just write all of this in one line. Like so. Okay, so this is the default. And then in the function map, I just say that self variable default is an option, right? So I say if let some default be the default, then I like it's so weird. But it is inferred. So like, okay, let's say that I make a new inference variable here with a mapped default. The default is mapped, but when I unify them, now I completely will lose the connection with the original variable. I mean, let's try. So I would say self var new with default mapped default return. This is not correct though, because like, I mean, I do map, so like it's a new variable indeed. I need to try to treat it as a new variable, because if I unify the previous variable, which is not mapped, it should actually not have effect on the new variable. So maybe this is correct. I should have a new variable which has the mapped default. Default is argt, but like this should default clone something star default clone. Okay, this is weird, but I think this is correct. Let's check. Is it going to run properly? It didn't work. It didn't work. How can I be solving LeetCode if this doesn't work? Oh, wait, I didn't map the default, right? Like, I need to actually map the default. I didn't do this. That's what I... yeah, mapped default is what I need. And mapped default is actually... I need to call the function f using the default value. Like so. Right? Mapped default is this. And then mapped default can map to not inferred stuff. So let's say that let mapped default for now is going to be mapped default inferred expect mapped default is no not inferred. Fine, I'll just panic here. And I cannot panic because T doesn't implement debug. So map error. Oh, we don't have IRI here, do I? Error. Panic. That's what I want. Unwrap or else panic. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, now it's going to work. 100%. Right? It worked. Okay. It worked. I think we can go back to the LeetCode. Three is not reference. What's 3? Line 40. No, line 70. Do I have a 3 here? I don't have a 3. What do you mean 3? Is not reference. What is 3? Let me also remove the printing. Which I had in interpreter. Substitute bindings for expression tuple. Over here. Three is not a reference. Okay. So let's see. There is still this error somewhere. Expected integer got a reference to the integer. Cannot OR not inferred types. Something was not inferred. 3 is not a reference. While evaluating the call at line 70. At line 70 I have a call, which probably is this call, hashmap get. Because current vertex ID should actually be a reference. There we go. This was easy. It says 3 is not a reference. Yeah, because this... yeah, that makes sense. Because this over here... But why did it compile? Like this should... was supposed to not compile even, right? Why did I get to the running phase? I should have gotten the compilation error. We overflowed the stack. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, how do I not overflow the stack, though? That's the question. How do you increase the stack in like ulimit? No manual entry for ulimit. No manual entry. How to increase stack size Linux. Set our limit. Stack size by default is limited to 10 megabytes. Ulimit as 64M is an invalid number. Ulimit all. Ulimit. Wait, what? Is my ulimit like has a different thing? Which ulimit? Shell built-in command. I guess so. This is a ulimit zash then that I need to look at, right? So I basically need to to manzish ulimit. Ulimit is not specified here at all. Okay, ulimit. Is it actually different? Set or display resource limits of the shell in the processes. Dash A. Okay. Ulimit A. Okay, so stack size is 8 megabytes currently. So if I say ulimit S, can I give it a gigabyte of stack size, right? Which would be 10000. This is a megabyte. This is a gigabyte, and then I just run, right? Ulimit S this. Ulimit invalid number. Wait, how do I wait? What ulimit? How do I use it? Ulimit S. Ulimit A, or is it like? Oh, like this is just setting the limit for all of the future commands. So now everything that I run will have a gigabyte of stack size, right? So now I just run. Is it actually different in Zash and Bash then? Okay, and then test fails. Okay, I don't think I need the gigabyte. It's just I'm running the debug build. 10 megabytes is too small for me. So test fails. Okay, I actually did run. But my test fails because I still did not try the thing properly, right? But I did get the tree data. Let's try debugging the tree data. For tree 1. Debug tree 1. Let's see what it writes. So it writes this. The odd ones are 2 and 1, and the even ones are 3, 4, and 0. Let's see if this is correct. This is the problem that we're solving, the maximized stuff, right? This is the tree. So the even ones are 0, 3, and 4. Is that what we had here? Right? Even is 0, 3, and 4. There you go. 0, 3, 4 are the ones of the even positions, and 1 and 2 is at the odd position. Hello, farmer. We are actually back to the lead code. Okay, and then I can also, I guess, debug the tree 2 to see what that is, and I'm pretty sure this should be correct. So at the 3, the odd ones are 0, 7, the even ones are 0, 7, and 4. Yes, that's correct. And then the odd ones are 2, 1, 5, 3, 6. 2, 1, 5, 3, 6. This is correct. I'm doing lead code today, yes. I mean, I am slowly working on the language so that it allows me to solve lead code, right? There is a lot of gaps, a lot of bugs that I fix all the time. Okay, but I'm getting there. This one is this one is today's ones. This one is hard. At least that's what they are saying in the lead code. All right, so now that I have the tree data, I'm going to do. I need to return a list, though. Do we need an intervention? Like the divine intervention? What do you mean?
Intervention.
What intervention? Turtleneck for life. Hello. I don't know, do we need one? I feel like I just want to know the... You know what, actually, this root. I should just say that root is 0. Vertex ID is 0. Because we always have a 0 in the tree. That's it. We always start with a 0. It always exists there. Also, to have like the tree like this, I want to have a function tree size. Tree size is a function from tree reference to a tree into int. This would be just returning hash map size of tree vertices. Okay. Because of the addiction. Yes, hello Pigorly. So you're able to generate JavaScript code from your language? Yes, I solved one lead code problem so far, but that one was easy. I will need to see, like, in this code there's probably going to be a bunch of stuff. Like, this problem is hard, I should have selected a different one. But yeah, a lot of this stuff should be transpilable to JavaScript, but not all yet. First I need to, like, actually solve the problem, and then I need to transpile it. Okay, so what we do is I want to do F4. I want to do F4. Vertex in 0 to tree size of tree 1, right? Tree 1 data. Tree 2 data. Let's have this as references. Then tree data should take a reference to the tree for sure. I feel like I can do the gereferencing automatically though, at least like in the simple cases like so. Ona Dorsh 3. Hello. So we do that. Go to compile function. Line 84. Make tree once. Okay, so this works, right? I don't have this loop right now for integers, so we will instead do this. Let mut vertex ID is 0, and then while vertex ID is less than tree size of tree 1, we say vertex ID plus equal 1, right? Because I don't have a for loop for yet. And then we will have let mut result is an empty list, and then we will return the result, and then for every vertex basically, right, we need to figure out its actual answer. So first we see let's see, maximum tree to addition is a maximum between tree2 data dot odd and tree2 data dot even, specifically in the hash set sizes of those. I don't have a maximum function. I can do it though. See, this const max is for all t function a e b t returning t if a is less than b, a else then a else b. Let's do that. So have a maximum between those two, and then over here we just say that result, essentially say list push a result with the actual answer for this vertex, which would be max tree2 addition, added to tree, like this thing, right? Which is basically if hash set contains in the tree1 data even, if in the even we contain the vertex ID, then how would I want to format this? Let's extract this into a variable. Let current targets in tree1. So it's basically current targets in tree1 plus maximum tree2 addition, like whatever we want to call it. Let's call it maximum tree2 added targets. So current targets in tree1 is if my vertex is odd, then it would be hash set size of the tree1 data even. I mean, if it is in the even, then it's the size of the even, otherwise it's the size of the odd. Right? And that's all, I think. Now we need to figure out, I don't compile. Line 94. Hash set size. Built-in macro field access. We don't have the thing called size. Yes, I don't have the field called size indeed. When you say size is for all t. Function which takes the set, which is a hash set of t and returns int32 hash map size of the set. Basically about function line 22. Do I need to make sure that it's a type? The size of sets, yes. Oh, hash map size this, because it's implemented through the hash maps. Wait, what? Now I don't even have any cannot or not inferred types. Okay. And plans for next fest? You should not be doing the next fest if you don't plan to release the game yet, which I don't think we are. We need to, like, basically, we will wait a little bit, like maybe half a year for, like, gaining the wish list. Then we will go for the next fest, and we will release the game in, like, a year. Because that's how Steam works, as far as I understand. Like, we have to wait. There's no reason to release it right now. The game. Okay, now I have the amazing error, which doesn't even tell me where it happens. Amazing. So something is not inferred. But what is not inferred? What is not inferred here? Print hi. Let's see if hi is being printed. It is being printed. But so okay, it's somewhere inside the compilation of something, right? Sure, let's say over here, comp time db comp time print hi. Okay, this is being printed. Is this being printed? Over here. It is. Okay, let's see what else. What was I writing? This part, right? Is this being compiled? Or maybe let's just see first. Print hi. Okay, we can do the debug printing. Like, this is being called. This is being called. Oh, maybe it's a while. It's probably a while. Probably my while doesn't work. Yes, my while doesn't work. I never fixed my whiles. Do I have an example of a loop? Just for characters. Like, I think my while is being rewritten into something wrong. Because it's defined in the standard library, right? While. While is just saying, if loop, then this, otherwise break. Okay. Can I do this in the REPL? Loop. Loop break. And there you go. This is literally what we have. This doesn't work. We don't have loops that can break. If I have, although, can I have a loop? Print loop. So loops work, right? It's just the break that doesn't work. Okay. So what is break? I have a specifically break without value, which is break like so, right? Which is breaking with value. So current loop context. Yeah, this over here, current loop context dot break. Done with lead code question? No. I mean, the code is not difficult, but my language is broken. It's going to be done in a second, though. In a second. Loop. Like, I don't have fours right now. I need to have like this ugly stuff. If then unwind loop, unwindable loop, which is going to do this because my break keyword doesn't work right now for loops. It's ugly, but I think this should work. Wait, how do I do unwindable? I don't have a for loop. Yeah. Oh, unwind with a value. That's that was the issue. Unwind loop with the value. We don't need a value here. Okay. You have something like go to. Yeah, this is basically like go to. Unwinding, which basically like breaking from the scope. That's what I do right now. For the actual like loops, I just need like the inference for this return value, right? Because every block, every expression needs to have a value. So like, what's the type of this loop? You know, that's the that was the issue. Okay, so now what? List push result. Oh, yeah, and now this needs to be inverted. So if not, right? Because that's the condition. Right? So like while this means that if not, then we break. Okay. Actual result 65566. Why is that? Let me try debugging here. What is the debug max tree added targets? Because what is this? It's supposed to be 3. So like basically in this first example, from the second one, we can add 3. I think I had a bug in my maximum function, guys. That's embarrassing. All right. Let's take a look at the maximum function. It says if A is less than B, then I return A, otherwise B. You guys spot a bug here for the maximum function? Okay. Now what? Wait, isn't this even worse? dbg max tree to edit targets. Yeah, so like it's 5 and then it's 2. Oh wait, why did I do this twice? Oh, it's the second. Yeah, okay. So like actually the first test passed, right? The first test actually passed. Print test passed. Yeah, so there is like one test that passed and the second test did not pass. So what's the second one? For the second one, or maybe I actually solved the problem incorrectly? Who knows? dbg max tree to edit targets. Let's first check this. So the maximum edit targets is 2, right? I think that's correct. They say that output is 3666, but my... Oh, wait. Did I just copy paste this incorrectly? Of course I did. Never mind, there is no bug. I just copy pasted the expected output from the first example, not from the second one. There you go. The dbg. Test passed, test passed. Okay, we are actually passing tests now after lead code. For the examples. Now, in order to test this properly, we need to transpile that stuff to JavaScript. Okay, this is a lot of code. This is a lot more difficult than the previous one, which was just 40 lines of code. This one is 140 lines of code. Okay, so we have tested. Now we are just going to do the same thing, right? I'm just going to say something like this. We're going to generate JavaScript code, so I'm going to transpile the function, which is max target nodes. Right. Max target nodes. I think max target nodes is I need to like first do the actual one that is expected from the type that actually expected from the lead code. How does transpile work? Do you have a map? Your language keywords of that to that of JavaScript? Think about transpile as serialization. So let's say that I have a value which is a tuple of two things. Then in order to transpile that thing to JavaScript, I create like an object with two keys, key 0, which is like the first thing transpiled, key number 1, which is the second thing transpiled. It's like basically it's basically serialization, but then we also need to be able to serialize the functions, which is basically serializing the intermediate representation, right? So when I transpile a function object, which is what this is here, I need to get the source code for the JavaScript function. So it's not like from the keywords. It's working on the like it's working on like the intermediate representation. The keywords are already gone. They're already parsed into the thing. You know, I no longer have access to the source code when I'm doing the transpilation. I already have ran all of the comp time stuff. I already did the type inference. Okay, max target node. I just need to convert this to be a function from edges 1, which is list of integers, right? Because that's what they are actually giving me, right? Edges 2, which is a list of integers. And this should return a list of integers. Yeah, so I just say let edges 1 is convert edges 1. Edges 2 is convert edges 2, where convert is a function. Convert is a function taking edges, list int 32. I want to return list of edges, which are, I'm just converting the lists into tuples, right? I don't have a map for lists, do I? I don't. Std list. Std list. Yeah, these are all that I have right now. Let's just say this. That result is an empty list, and then I will return result, and then I will say that list iterate, and for list I can also only like iterate. Sure, I say list iterate edges for edge, which is a list of int32 reference in edges. Okay. So I say if list size of edge is not equal to 2, then panic. The fuck? And then I just say that result. I don't think I can restructure list right now, right? So we do list get 0 edge 0 and list get edge 1. And then dereference those, I guess. Is going to be A and B. And then I just say result. I don't have methods. A list push. Result AB. I should have methods actually. I should figure out how to do methods. How do I want to do methods? I don't know yet. Oh wait, lists have not the size but length for some reason. Well, the tests have passed, but then I failed to compile this still. Tuple inferred to be a reference. Wait, can I... does this not work? Let AB is A and B. Just REPL. What is this A, B? Yeah. Okay. What if I say list get edge 0 dereference? I'm actually dereffing this tuple then. Okay. Yeah, the priorities here are wrong, kind of, maybe. But this should work. Wow, 5.7. Failed to compile. Expected type. Unit got list. Where? Let edge is A and B. Expected type list got reference to list. Oh my god. Wait, where? Oh, first of all, like over here. Yeah. This is a to-do. That's why that didn't work. But then somewhere else still, I have that. Expected type list, got reference to list. Why do I not have like the line where it happened? Though, it's in the executor. So which one? Which one? Let me take standard list. These are all taking references. Should be fine. Maybe it's in the executor. Hold on, let's take a look at the executor. Tracing error. This. Should I display it instead of debugging this? Hello, Ogma. How are you doing? No, this is actually worse. So like, my actual like stack trace doesn't have anything. Expected type. What am I spawning then? Okay, what am I spawning then into the executor if it has this? Compile function body. And instantiating. Oh, maybe it's in the instantiation then? Over here? Yes, for sure. For sure. For sure. So I want to map the error here. Map error. E. E. E is unknown. Report E dot rev error. Format. While instantiating template at what? At this span. Closure may outlive the current function. Move. Well, you moved into the closure here. The span. Is the span being used? It is. So before moving, and to clone it. Okay, while instantiating template at this line 148. Oh, 148. Okay. Because edge is already a reference. I don't need another reference here. That will make a double reference. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's go next. So now we're actually panicking the JavaScript transpiler. So something is not yet implemented in the transpiler. JavaScript line 1 to 3. We have a list expression. So if we have a list expression, that should be simple. What do I transpile this into? I just write into the JavaScript code an opening square bracket. I write in the end the closing square bracket, and then I for value in values. What is values? Yes, do this, and then I do self-evaluate expression value, like so. And then let's have a index 2, I guess. Values iterate, enumerate. I say if index is non-zero, then I will also write a comma. Right? Okay, let's go next. So the list should be transpilable. Do you understand it now? So like this over here, my expression. This is basically my language. Right? Like it's not exactly the language. Like I compile to a very high level representation, which is basically like this stuff, right? And then I just need to convert it into JavaScript code, like so. Yeah. Okay, then not yet implemented line 1 through 3. 1 through 3. Over here, unwindable. Yeah. So, okay, so here we have the unwindable. Name is a pattern. Right. Data underscore. So unwindable because I need to like break out of the loop. Breaking out of the loop is like a go-to. Unwindable is basically going to be implemented with exceptions in JavaScript. So I'm going to break out of the loop using an exception, right? So I'm going to try right. I'm going to try right. Try self catch. Okay, how do you do this though in JavaScript? Let me try actually writing something. Test.js. I want to do something like this. Try do something, then catch catch. You cannot do catch based on the types in JavaScript, right? You can just do catch E, right? JavaScript catch. Correct. It's always just a value. You can throw anything. Okay. Like I need to make sure that I am catching the correct thing. Which I think I'm just going to generate a new object. I think I need to do something like this. Right. Self. Handle variable is equal to. So like I need to generate a new object which is different from all the other objects. Do I just do like an opening and closing bracket for doing that? Or is there anything else in JavaScript? Maybe like a symbol or something? Is there like a symbol? New symbol, that's how you use it? I mean, it doesn't matter what I use, right? I can just make a new object, and then it's always different from all the other objects, right? Is there any advantage to me using actual symbols? Symbol is a built-in object whose constructor returns a symbol primitive. It also is a symbol value or just a symbol that is guaranteed to be unique. I mean, that's literally what I want. I want to have a unique one, right? But isn't that literally... I mean, it has a name, I guess, is the advantage of it, right? And then they are never equal to the other symbols. Yes, sure, let's do symbol. Is this available everywhere? Actually not. Or what is this? Async dispose. I have no idea what this is. Dispose of the symbol? Okay, everything else is supported. Sure. So I will generate code something like this, you know? Handle is a new symbol. You don't do new, right? You just do symbol. And you try catch E. And then you say if E is equal to handle, then one thing. Otherwise, I need to rethrow the exception, which means throw E again, right? That's how you rethrow stuff. And you need parentheses. Console log handled E. So inside of this, I can throw calculator test.js, right? And if I throw instead a different symbol, then we will have an uncatched exception, right? Yes, that's what I want. So this basically, this handle represents the this scope, and if I want to exit this scope, then I need to go back to this handle, right? So I throw the handle, and this scope is catching me trying to go somewhere. If I want to go to this handle, then I am here. That's it. Okay, let's go back to JavaScript. Okay, so handle variable is unwindable something id new, sure, generate a unique stuff. So handle variable is symbol. Like so. So I try do the body. But before trying to evaluate the body, I need to actually assign this handle to the name, which is given here as a pattern. So I'm going to pattern match. A value, which is handle variable itself, and the pattern is name. That's how we assign it. Inside of this, I try to do the body. And I need to like assign the result of the body to the value, right? So result variable is another variable, unwindable. So this one over here is unwindable handle, and this one is unwindable result, right? So over here, I say that I need to assign the result to the evaluated body if it does get evaluated. So I say result variable is equal to the body being evaluated. But then if I catch E, and then if, so if E, is there like a not equal equal in JavaScript? Not equal equal. Yes, all right. If E is not equal equal to the handle variable, then okay, and you do need parentheses here. Then I just throw E again. Okay, otherwise my catching results in I don't actually need the result variable. All I can do is I can like scope. I can begin the scope, which is done through the anonymous closure that is being invoked immediately. So instead of having the result variable, I can just return the thing. Yeah, over here I just say return the body being evaluated. But then if I catch here, then I either rethrow it, but if it was actually handle variable, then I return the value. Oh, exception dot value. That's what I need to do. Because when I break Out of the unwindable handle, I also provide the value. So I have e, and e.handle is this. So when I throw an object having both the handle and the value, which is the result of my block here. Okay. So here is the next expression, right? Unwind. Name is the expression which is going to be evaluated to this symbol, right? And then the value. So when I compile this, this is basically going to compile into a throw instruction, right? So I'm just going to write throw. Is throw actually an expression in JavaScript? Let me test this too. Can you say 2 plus throw? You cannot, because throw is actually a statement, not an expression. Okay, they have a difference here, which means that in order to convert this into an expression, then I need to still like do this from inside of a closure. Is that what I need to do? I need to do an anonymous closure that is going to actually throw the expression, invoke it immediately, right? Is there a simpler way? Sure. Wait, can I do maybe like this inside the parentheses? Can I say 2 plus this? No. It always needs to be actual scope. Right? Okay. So inside of a closure, I think the only way. So we begin scope, which is introducing this anonymous thing. Then I end scope, and inside of the scope we have throw. So I throw an object which has 2 fields. It has a handle. It has handle, and it has a value. Okay, so in this thing, handle is going to be the expression, which is the name of which is the handle. Okay, and then we say that value. And we say value is myself evaluating the expression, which is the value. Data can be ignored. Okay, I think that's it. So just throw an object with 2 fields, a handle and a value. Not yet implemented, line 252. This is an expression let. Where am I compiling this? Is this a const let? Hold on a second. There's no way I need to transpile that. Can I just say over here is const let? Like so. It is a const let. Why do I need a const let to be transpiled though? That's weird. It's not weird. But why is this even there? Hold on. Why is this even there? Is this being used for something? Is const let true, false? Compiler, which is just passing this through. Is const let is being ignored. It actually is being ignored. It actually is only being used in the JavaScript. Yeah, it's like this doesn't matter. It just like assigns to a constant here. It's fine. Let pattern be value, which means that I need to say let temporary variable is format temp id new, and I write that temp variable is equal to me evaluating the expression of the value, and then I write self semicolon. Wait, by the way, I forgot about the semicolons here, right? In the throwing stuff. Yeah, because like over here I do this. I didn't do the new line, so I need a semicolon here before try return. Yep, I think that's fine. The ifs are also not done right now. There's also recursive, which is not done. There's a lot of to-dos here that are going to fail for this. Okay, so I assign the value to a temporary expression, and then I pattern match temporary variable with the pattern. That's all that I need to do here. No, this must be done inside a scope. Value is optional. That value is value as ref unwrap. Expect. No value inlet. Like, I think I will remove this completely, but we'll see. Oh, and this is a place expression, so we evaluate place. Evaluate place is just me. No, evaluate place is a reading place. Yeah, I need to not evaluate place, I need to read place, which is the value. Okay. Sure. Line 188, new type. Wait, why do I need a new type? Types are supposed to be not there, so I just write self undefined. Types are removed after the compilation is done. Line 164, inject context. Wait, but where am I injecting the context currently? Where am I injecting the context? Can I say something like expression data span? Like, what am I actually trying to compile right now? Standard library 272. Oh, because I have a for loop. Okay, yes, I need a for loop. Oh shit, this is annoying. I enjoy seeing Rust when I open a stream. Hello, Liam Rar. Is this a CA meeting? Coding Anonymous? Anonymous Coding Addicts meeting, yeah. Hello. My name is Scoovyman and I'm addicted to Rust. So we need to fix the addiction by making a new programming language, which is better, so we start a new addiction. All right. That's what's happening here. So yeah, because I'm using for loops in this code, right? For loop. T2SDE, hello, hello. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Were you making your language today? I know that you are making a language. And our goals are completely different as far as I know. So my language is transpilable to JavaScript, and that's what I'm working on the transpiler. Magic hand. Unfortunately, fixing the Linux kernel and Northbridge regressions with failing Vodafone, DOCSIS, internet in between. Yeah. I have no idea what those words mean. DOCSIS, like I don't know what this is even. DOCSIS. Maybe this is what cures my coding addiction. If I try to like do sounds like it's a deep hole. Kind of disappointed it doesn't transpile to brainfuck. So the idea, why am I transpiling my language to JavaScript, right? The language will eventually be also compilable to native code and everything, right? But I am prioritizing doing the JavaScript, which just like started appearing, this transpiler. I was just having the interpreter before, because I want to be able to... So like my goal in the end is going to be making games. Making small silly games for like game jams and stuff. And to be able to show something to other people, you need to make it work in the browser so that they don't need to download anything. So JavaScript is the easiest option. There's also WebAssembly, but the WebAssembly sucks, I think, at least currently. There's a bunch of things that they miss still. JavaScript is just easier. Yeah, I wanted to work in the browser. I solved so far one LeetCode problem. By transpiling into JavaScript already, which was a simpler one than today's LeetCode problem. Like, I'm just testing my language basically by solving LeetCode. So this one over here from 2 days ago. This over here, this code is in the code in my language, and then I can run this one. And it's basically, when I run this code, it outputs JavaScript. So like this is literally the JavaScript that I submit to LeetCode, and then it just gets done. You're taking JavaScript libs and writing wrappers for them in your language. Yeah, basically, I can use existing libraries in JavaScript this way, right? I don't need to compile every... I don't need to like do everything from scratch. I can use existing library this way. And I mean just the browser APIs, they are already giving you a lot. RS is Rust. Yeah, the language is implemented in Rust. We have now 3 languages here: Rust, Cast, and JavaScript. Although this horrible stuff that I'm generating, I don't know if it can be called actually JavaScript. This is some... This is something. Rust is memory safe C++. Unless you use unsafe Rust, then it's fancy C++. Do I have any unsafe code? I don't have any unsafe code. This unsafe is basically like, I want to have the notion of unsafe in my language that I'm making, right? Like I'm doing the JavaScript currently, but I want it to be done with native stuff too. So I will have unsafe for sure. I will want to be able to have undefined behavior for optimizations and stuff. But yeah, more readable than average JavaScript. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so this is the today's LeetCode problem, right? LeetCode has daily problems. This is the one that we are solving. So I already solved the LeetCode. Probably, I wrote the algorithm, right? And I also have embedded tests here in my program, right? And then we invoke the transpiler inside the same script. By having, so like the way transpiler works is it actually, I have a value, max target knows, this is just a function, right? So I have a function as a value, and then I just transpile this function to JavaScript code, and I get as a result a string which represents this function. That's how transpiler works. So the idea would be that I should be able to what's the idea? Like I want to be able to like we have comp time function execution, similar to Zig. So I would like in the end I want to make games, right? I will want to compile my game to native target, right? But maybe some of the code needs to be transpiled into, for example, the shading language, if I want to write shaders in my language too. So it would work by me invoking the transpiler either at compile time, if I know ahead that the that like the shader is fully static, or if I actually want to generate the shader code at runtime, then I will need to also like compile the transpiler. And the idea is to be able to write the transpilers into the language in the language itself by giving access to the intermediate representation. So I mean, right now the transpiler is written in Rust, but it's just because I don't have the APIs for inspecting the intermediate representation yet. Which is high level, pretty high level intermediate representation is what I'm supposed to get. Hello Remarch, how are you doing? Okay, so what am I doing right now? We have I need to transpile the for loop. The way for loops are done, they are done inside the language. This is the syntax for the for loop. It's actually being rewritten into this thing, which generates the unwindable block, and then calls the generator function, and then it does something. So I guess this is what I need to transpile, the with expression, this one. This basically introduces the contexts, which are like implicit arguments in the language. The cursor block. This is just NeoVim, but front end for it called NeoVide. Yeah. What am I making? I'm making a programming language. Hello? Error 69. There is this joke about having many more game engines written in Rust and games. Kuvi just takes it to the next level. Instead of writing the engine, he writes the language to transpile it to JavaScript. A JavaScript engine and a browser plus operating system will probably follow. I don't think I will go into making my own operating system. I thought about it, but I don't think I will. But at the same time, like now that we think about it, right? I literally want my language to be used for everything, including making an operating system, which means that like I should be able to compile to like the code that will like be exactly like you know, I can see myself trying to make a very simple operating system like trying to run my language inside an emulator which doesn't have the operating system. Something like this I could see, yes. But not actually writing the usable operating system. I don't think so. Neovide, you're using Lazy. Neovide is not a plugin. Lazy is a plugin manager for NeoVim. Neovide is front end. You can use it with your configuration. You don't need to change your NeoVim configuration to use Neovide. It's a front end. It's not a plugin. There is a plugin that makes your cursor animated though, but in the terminal. But Neovide is better in my opinion. The smear cursor, yes. Smear cursor is just emulating it. And it only works for cursor. Like I can see the frames. It looks ugly. Like look at this. It looks ugly. To my eyes, it looks ugly. Because I can see the stupid pixels when it's doing the diagonal movement. You can. Did you see that? This ugly. Better than nothing, I guess, but it's not on purpose. No. It's because it's simply like this plugin works for any terminal emulator. So it actually like renders in your terminal the characters which are like half occupying the thing, right? It literally works. In the terminal. Well, Neovide is a GUI front end. NeoVim. All right, injecting context. How does this work? So, like, once again, the context system in my language is the system for implicit arguments of the functions. Instead of having the, it's not exactly implicit arguments, even although it could be implemented as implicit arguments. It's basically some value on the stack that somewhere up the stack that I should be able to refer to. Which is like used for the exception handlers, for example, right? If I want to say no, it's not used for exception handlers actually, but is it composite env? You compose context on context. If you know what an algebraic effect system is, then it's basically that. It's not exactly that. It's like capability object system kind of. So a context represents like a capability, I guess. And then the idea for later is that I combine that with delimited continuation to get algebraic effect. So context system is basically like I'm storing values of certain types somewhere, and then later, like inside the scope which has set the value, I can also query the value. The alternative, one of the alternatives in Rust is literally the current crate, which has been abandoned as far as I know, but it's a library for setting current values for stack scope. If you have ever seen this. So for example, you have a global, like usually it's solved with globals, I guess, but it's not exactly a global thing because it's local to like a specific scope. It's like a global variable, but it's a scoped global variable. Delimited continuation, like call CC, yes. Exactly. Exactly. Although I'm not sure if I can do just delimited continuation without like full effect. stuff. I was like thinking about this a little bit, but the scoped global. Yeah. I mean, that's literally what it is. It is a scoped global, yes. It literally is a scoped global. I think that's how I do it, right? Do we have a window object in the Node.js too? How do you call this? Window is not defined. How do I define a global variable in Node.js? If I just say like a function, if I have a function like this, x is 1, and then I invoke it immediately, what is x? X is 1. Wait, is this always global? So this function is not local to this function? What? What if I say var y? Stop auto-completing. Stop auto-completing. Stupid thing. Okay, so like so if I don't use the var keyword, which I'm not, then that's what I'm doing. I'm actually like assigning the globals. Use let or const. Globals. This maybe means that the code that I'm generating right now might break at some point. Because I am generating code without introducing variables like this. So I maybe I should do the lets or const. Okay, but this is how I do the global then. Okay, sure. So inject the context is basically just assigning the global variable, I think. So a context is just any value. Similar to how an exception in JavaScript is any value. But it's assigned to the variable, which is like the type of the variable. So I need to actually say data type. So I know the type of this context that I'm going to infer, to inject. And based on the type, I need the type ID. Do I have type IDs? Did I never implement type IDs? I mean, type ID can be implemented in this transpiler itself then. Type IDs, I can just do a hash map from type to ID. Sure. So I can say that context variable name is format context of this ID, which is self self type IDs entry for data type or insert with ID new. Is that what I want? Hashable value. Not really global, but at some environment level. Yeah, I mean, it is not exactly global, yes. Like, but JavaScript doesn't have... Like, it's not exactly global, right? Like, once again, it's inside the scope. So, for example, multiple threads would be using separate different environments. You can call this context an environment, sure. This feature is present, like, in the relatively popular languages. There is the Odin language. Odin language, although the only difference is that in this language, they have contexts which are passed as arguments. So like this environment could be passed implicitly as an argument to every function that I call. That's what Odin does. So the default calling convention for Odin, the procedure, is basically calling the arguments, but also there's the implicit context pointer on each call. We could do that. We could do that. But why would globals not work? Why would globals not work? Because they will stop working once I actually have the continuations. Because like you know, when I capture the continuation, I also should capture the environment. So that's why like I should save the context. But also I think that like it just means that this there is a global thing called environment, so current environment, and when I capture the continuation, I just save this environment, and when I continue running, I replace the global environment with the current environment. Something like this, I think. I wonder if they do it because it's simpler for captures in lambdas. What about captures and lambdas? But your lambdas, they are not supposed to be capturing this environment. That's the difference. This environment. So like your lambdas, they can capture the variables, but the context is not a variable. It is only like passed. Like it's just a value that exists somewhere up the stack, kind of. You know? It's always up the stack. It's never captured. If you have an eval or symbolic eval, maybe you need to capture a view of the whole environment at that stage. I don't know what that means, though. What is eval or symbolic eval? Like a function eval that like takes the string as a source code and evaluates this? No, I don't have this. No, I don't. I do have the ability to create the AST though, and I do have the ability to compile the AST into the intermediate representation, which I can store inside a variable, which I can then like compile into the thing. Which would be very similar to eval, I guess. But the environment there, no, I think it's different. Still, like, I think I need to do anything about it. So I think basically there would be a global object called like, you know, contexts. And then inside of the contexts, I would have like these variables, these fields called type something. Context. So instead of like having global variable, I have fields of the global variable. Context name is this. Because name of the context specific one is just the type. So the name of the type is the name of the field in the global context object, I think. There may be it's a decision point to know if you can access some context that isn't otherwise explicitly captured. No. So like there is implicit context. If you want to capture context explicitly, you need to get it. So like in cast, so these are the two things. You have inject context and you have current context. Current context means get the context into an actual variable. So like store, like get from the global like thing from this like environment, get the actual value and store it in a variable. Then you will be able to put it into a closure. But the implicit one is only always passed like as an implicit argument, basically, to all the calls. This is context. If we're talking about JavaScript, JavaScript has the argument called this, which maybe could be used for context, actually, right? Well, yeah, maybe, I don't know. JavaScript this. How does this work exactly? This keyword refers to the context where a piece of code, such as function body, is supposed to run. Most typically, it's used in... Maybe you're right. Where this refers to the object that the method is attached to, thus allowing the same method to be reused on different objects. So how do I do this? I just say test.func. And this is my context. But like, can I call a freestanding function while supplying this? Like, can I have this to be stored not inside of an object, but as a freestanding function and still pass this context? How does this work? Inside a function, the value of this depends on how the function is called. Think about this as hidden parameter. I mean, yeah, okay, sure, yes. So my contexts are literally just hidden parameters, okay? Just like parameters declared in the function definition. This is a binding that the language creates then when your function is evaluated. For a regular function, the value of this is the object that the function is accessed on. In other words, if the function calls in the form object f, then this defines for that. Note how the function is the same based on this. Okay, the value of this always changes based on how the function is called, even when the function is defined on object at creation. If the value that the method is accessed on is a primitive, this will be a primitive value as well. Number.prototype.get this struct. I don't know, this feels weird. You can explicitly bind the function to another context, like by doing the prototype, right, stuff? Or can I do this without the prototypes? But like, I don't want to change the existing types or anything, right? I just want to have like the hidden argument basically passed around. I mean, I can do that as an explicit argument, of course. Or as a global. Like I said. I'm just thinking that I should not do it as an implicit argument, because like when I compile to the native code, I don't think it should be implemented as an implicit argument. I think it should be implemented differently. I'm not exactly sure how yet. Maybe use call. What's like in JavaScript? Call. Function prototype call. Call this arg. Yeah. So I have grid.call objects. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. But like once again, this is just an implicit argument, right? But sure. But then why do I like? Why don't I just do it as a normal argument? Why do I need to use this? Is it implemented differently in JavaScript? Is it like faster to use the context or something? Or is this just a syntactic like thing? Feels like it's only a syntactic. I mean, sure, I can do that. Let me try doing the globals here. I'll just say to do use instead actual argument. Maybe I don't know. Let me just do the global one. I need to figure out why is the global one is bad. Once again, I think I want to figure out how to do it without the implicit argument when compiling to native code. I think it's possible. What's hashable value? Hashable value is value. Can I just call this hashable? Hashable t. Simple t. Try hash. Hash for hashable t. Hashable value. By hash. Should it be display or what? Debug. Should it be error? Is it all string in JS? Wait, what? What is string? Not everything in JavaScript is a string now. No method entry exists for... Okay, so type IDs is a hash map of hashable types. It's because types, they are not always hashable. Maybe the better name would be hashable with try. So like this can panic at runtime if the type is not inferred, basically. Okay, so we do this. We have context name, and then I say something like this, right? Right context dot context name. And this means that, like, since I'm transpiling this to JavaScript, I do need... Okay, you know what? Actually, no, never mind. Because, like... Alright, 1 second. All right. I'm back. Does this work? Highlighting the messages work? Vimini. Yes. It's not a coolie boy. It's a girl. Okay. So we inject context. Let's actually use maybe the argument. Fine. I don't think I need to use the JavaScript with this functionality. I can just have all the functions have 2 arguments instead of 1 argument as they are right now. And this argument is still going to be called context. I think this argument is still going to be called context, so it's so I'm going to generate the same code. Inject context is still just going to be this. You know, I'm going to have context.context name, and since this is injecting, I'm basically assigning the thing. So context.context name is going to be equal to evaluating the context expression. Like this. That's all that I need, and this is me. Wait, is assigning an expression or not? Is assigning in JavaScript an expression or not? Can I say 2 plus a equals 2 equals 2? Yes, it is. It's good. If I say a equals b equals 2, is it parsed as a, b 2? Probably. I think I will make this inside a parenthesis though anyway. So context.context name is equal to the expression, and then I close the parenthesis, the bracket here, like so. Okay, and then current context is going to be very, very similar, but it is going to be. It is going to be just context.context name. Like, this is me just getting the context. So this is just accessing the field. Like so. Very easy. And then when okay, so now when I define a function, let me see it. So we have expression function. Transpile compiled function. So like functions should be functions with arguments, but also with context. Let's say context and argument, right? Maybe I should call it CTX, so it's shorter, since I'm writing minified JavaScript. Let's just say over here, context variable. It's going to be a constant. Const context variable CTX. So just then I use it everywhere. Okay. Like so. And then when I call the function too, right? When I call the function, I should also have the context passed. So like there's not just the argument there, right? There is also the context now. So I will just pass it explicitly too, like so. So I call the function with a context variable as the first argument, and argument is the second argument. Like this. Yep. That makes sense. Okay, now what? Is there still more to do? There is. Line 211. Expression variant. Value shape variant. Very similar to this. I was transpiling a value. Let's see. So I for the variant, name is just a string. I should probably extract this into a method though. So this would be self variant with name being variant name. And value being variant value. Map. Variant value as ref. Map. Place. Transpiler and place. Transpiler. Read value. No, not transpiler. Transpiler dot transpile place read value. Dot await. This is annoying. Rust. Yeah, so I mean this is just a place, right? But then from this I need to actually have the thing that takes the transpiler as argument and returns Is there async closure traits in Rust yet? Rust async fn trait? There's not, right? Async closure. Async fn is unstable, right? Or is it stable? It's stable since 185 actually, right? Okay. It's just that it's not DIN compatible, but I think for this case I don't need it to be compatible. So we can just say async. Let's just try this. I don't think I ever written the that I have ever written the async closures yet. Let's see if they work. I think this is what I need. So I need to generate the variant. So variant with the name and then with value. being an optional impl async function. Async function mat, why not? Which takes mutable reference to self. This one also takes mutable reference to self and returns every result. An optional async function. Yeah. So then I write into self the variant name. And then I will match the value if it is some value. Then instead of this, I just say value. I call the value with self, and then I don't await. That's why I have this argument. I mean, it's just enough if I do it once, though. We need a Linux license key, but my dig is stuck in Red Hat Enterprise Linux powered ceiling fan. Wasn't there a new release of the Red Hat Enterprise Linux? Anyone uses that? Like a week ago or something, or maybe yesterday. What's the actual website of this thing? This one? Linux 10 is here. With AI readiness. Of course. Why wouldn't there be AI readiness? You guys ready for AI? The video cannot play due to privacy settings. Amazing. Change the settings, select cookie preferences. So floaty. Wait less, do more. Oh no, I hate this scrolling. Wonderful. Let's never look at that again. Expected function found optional async. Value. Wait, but value is impl-face async. Yeah, there we go. So I can just do this, right? Okay, type annotation needed. Transpiler. I don't think it's needed anymore, is it? Oh, variant. What should it return? Yeah, that's right. What should it return? It should return IRI result. So it's a variant where the value is me reading the value. There you go. And type annotation is needed, cannot infer the type. What do you mean? I can see it in the hover of the LSP. What do you mean you cannot infer? You're literally showing it to me. Stupid. Stupid Rust. Oh, it's because like I didn't return okay there? Maybe? Yeah, that's probably it. Oh, this is still needed. Stupid. Stupid Rust. Clojure inference that Rust C is actually weaker than Rust Analyzer. Oh, I thought like it was the same inference. I thought the Rust Analyzer was showing... Is it actually implemented separately? I thought it was using the same code, basically. Friendship over with Rust? Well, not yet, not yet. Not until cast is done. Which will probably never be. 212. So yeah, over here, the variant, right? This would be self-variant. name being name, and value would be over here, value optional box expression, right? Value would be value as ref map value async move this dot evaluate expression value. Wait. This is self. Yeah, just call it not transpeller, just call it this. This is self. Welcome back, Nigel. Let's try. There's probably more, right? What else do we see here? I see an if, which is behind it to do 232. Yeah, and then we are literally here. So how do I compile an if? If is never an expression in JavaScript, right? So I need to have an anonymous closure here always, right? I need to always have an anonymous closure. I could use the ternary thing, though. Yeah, I could use a ternary thing, you know? Well, which one is better? Or the if? I guess let's do the ternary, sure. But I will need to enclose it in parentheses anyway. So like this scope, so then we evaluate the condition. Evaluate the condition, then I write the question mark. Then I evaluate the then case. And then I do a colon. And then I match else case, because else case is not always there. So I can do, if it's some else case, then I evaluate the else case. Otherwise, I just write the undefined. I don't know why exactly, but I run into the same thing a lot in my code base. I have some closure arguments which don't get their type until much later in the type checking process. So Rusty complains about it, and I suppose Rust Analyzer is more tolerant of unknowns. Yeah. I don't know why. Like, it should be able to infer this, but it's not doing that. Like, my question would be, is this by design, or is that like a technical limit, like the implementation limitation, you know? Rust type system is a little bit weird because of like subtyping. Maybe because of that they do something, I don't know. Maybe we could find an issue about that or something. Yeah, let's just do the ternary operator here. Next, what's my next to do? Line 113. The reference. I want to evaluate the reference thing. Value shape ref is not there. Make reference. Okay, expression ref. Sure. So if I want to have a reference to the place, it should result in me having the reference. So I just say self evaluate place which is the place. And that's all that I need to do. All right, that's easy. That is easy. Line 409, native function. Which native function? To do native function dot name. Is it like the actual? I think what I was using the not operator. Maybe that's what it is. No, it's std panic, right? So like, I need to compile the panic function in order to be able to panic. But what this means actually is that in the standard library here, when I say panic, is this panic? Yes, this should be something different. Let's say that panic is a function taking message, which is a string, returning nothing. So we have an implementation which depends on the target. So do cfg if target name is interpreter, then we do native panic. Message. If target name is JavaScript, then we have native. Then we have native. And then we have native. Console error. What's the actual thing? Console.error. So, right, console.error with a message, and then throw. Maybe I think I just throw the message here. Yeah, I think I just throw the message here. Throw message. That's literally all that I need. Closure bodies are type checked immediately, so the argument type can be referred yet it errors out. Yeah, like why are they type checked immediately though? It's weird. So we invoke the anonymous closure immediately, which throws the message inside. Match branches, wrong syntax. Of course it's wrong. Have the vertical bar here. Operator binary equal equal cannot be used until it is defined. Okay, panic. Should be done after the syntax. I should just move the syntax. Like, it's weird that I have the syntax in this place at all. Let's have this over here at the top. Does this work? No, now it says Boolean is not found. Expected dollar. Panic. Yeah, this needs to be in parentheses. Okay, JavaScript 209. A match. Okay, now we need a match expression. Wait, where am I using match? Because I'm using the is also. Yeah, I was also using the is. Where is this in the code though? What am I trying to compile right now? Data span. So we have a match statement. Oh, I mean probably like when in the unrolling of the for loop. Standard library 287. Yeah. Yeah, if the loop wants to break or if the loop wants to continue, exactly. Sure. Okay, so let's do the pattern matching. And is also going to be the thing which will do the pattern matching. We have branches, we have value. Okay, so how do I do the match? Let's see. So first we need to evaluate. Let's start with immediately beginning the scope here and the scope. I need to evaluate the value before matching over it, obviously, right? Let's assign it to a temporary variable. With a new ID. So we assign the value to a temporary variable. Read place, sure. So okay, we have this inside the value. Can I just do pattern match? So pattern match is when it is already matched, right? But I need a pattern match check first, right? Is this branch actually correct? Okay. So I need to have something like pattern check, I guess. Pattern check. So I need to iterate for branch in branches. For branch in branches, I'm going to pattern check branch pattern. So yeah, we need pattern match value and pattern. Yes, I think something like this. We need to pattern match a variable against the pattern. Pattern check. And pattern check is something that returns a boolean. Pattern match is something that returns a boolean. So let's also say that let check variable is format check. So I say I write self check as this. I mean, not check. I don't need this to be stored in a variable actually, right? I just say if. So I write if self pattern check then we return if pattern check, then we return the value, which is evaluation of the body. Which includes pattern matching. So I will open a thing here. A new scope, which I will close later. And then we say self pattern match, which is actually like assigning the variables and destructuring the things from the variable with branch pattern. This is not async, sure. Maybe it shouldn't be need to be async, I don't know. We'll see. So we first check that the pattern matches. If it does check, then I do assign the thing. And then I return, right? So I write self to return the branch body, like so. I think this makes sense. And then inside of the is expression, for example, I would do something similar, but not exactly. So the is expression is see what the difference will be. We just only have one branch basically, right? So I just return the pattern check, but if the pattern check succeeds, then I also assign the thing. Which means that I do need to assign that to the check variable. So I actually write check variable be equal to this. By the way, I have assigned before, so and the semicolon here for sure. Semicolon is needed. Yeah, so like I assign the check variable to this thing, and then I write if check variable, then I also want to do the pattern matching, right? Then I also want to do the pattern matching, but I don't return, I don't have any body. I just return the check variable. I return a boolean here. Aren't Clojure types also super fucked up with relation to argument generic lifetimes? Yes. And I hate it. But the thing is, so like the reason why it's fucked with like generic lifetimes is making sense to me in Rust. The reason is that they don't actually do inference of the thing, right? So if you have a closure, right? Let x be like argument, and then you print argument or something like it doesn't matter, right? So the type here should be, what should be the type here, right? I only capture this by reference. Kind of. I mean, let's say that I call the function f with a reference to something, like to a string, right? Like this, 1, 2, 3. What's the type of f? It's some concrete type, right? String. How should I do this? How should I do this? Maybe we can have some like function boom, which takes f, which is impl. Let's just say fn stir. Let's do this. Let's call foo with f. Does this work? This works. What if I do this? There you go. So if you don't specify this thing here, right, then the type of argument here is inferred to be a concrete lifetime with which I called it here, which is the basically the static lifetime. So it's a function. So I expected something that works for all lifetimes. So like over here, the precise type is this, right? So it's supposed to be a generic closure actually, which is generic over the lifetime, but I only got the concrete lifetime there, you know? Actually, I was surprised that this worked. I thought this also doesn't work, but I guess it does. Or is that like, or am I lucky here that it works? Or does it always work? So like the idea is that the conversion of a function which takes a reference into a generic function which is a feature called in Rust lifetime elision. It's called lifetime elision. It is supposed to be a purely syntactic thing, right? So it should only infer this if you actually write this out. So that's why it works when I write the type, because in this case it sees the anonymous lifetime, so it actually changes this to be a generic closure, which you cannot even write explicitly this lifetimes right now, right? Wait, can you do this right now? 4 binders for closures are experimental. Yeah, like you cannot even do this explicitly currently. So you can only have elided lifetimes. And because you can only have elided lifetimes, you cannot always specify the lifetime, like, arguments properly. Because not every, like, there is a reason why there is explicit syntax for this. Not everything can be just elided. Audio was stuttering, my bad. One day it will be fixed. When we write our own operating system which doesn't break the audio. Yeah. So the way you do this in Rust is like, let me see an example. Like, what is the example of a function that cannot be elided? You can have a function which has lifetime a, and b, where you have a i32, b i32, and which returns a i32, right? So I can only return a here. Right? If I try returning b, it will not compile, right? This makes sense. I guess lifetime b kind of can be elided here. Right? I just need to specify the argument, the return argument. If I have a normal function, So, which is like I32 be I32, and it returns I32. Then it says missing lifetime specifier, right? So like this over here, it cannot elide the lifetime because it doesn't know from which of the arguments we are going to borrow the value, right? So that's why this is needed to be done explicitly. Now, if you try to do this in with a closure, right? F is A and B, and you just return A, right? And you call function F with reference to 1 and reference to 2. This will work actually, but it says it detects the concrete lifetimes here, right? So then if I say let x be 3, and then I say function f 1 and x, what is going to happen? It's going to say mismatched types. Expected expected reference. Hold on. Wait, this works because this one is a static lifetime, right? Let y be 4. Reference to y. Fuck, how do I do this? How do I break Rust? It's not that difficult though, right? What if I make this work with mutable references, which it would be like similar? Put them in a vec. Put what in a vec? The function itself or what? These things? No, they're not supposed to be put into a vec at all. No. Like I want this to be inferred as this, right? How like if I have a function like this, of your integers so that they don't have the static lifetimes. Didn't I do this over here by introducing local variables? Let a be 1. Like, isn't that what I did? Let b is 2. Or is like their lifetime is just different, right? So why can I call this? Or is the lifetime of a is equal to the lifetime of b here? What if I do this inside of a scope though? Oh. Maybe x, y all have the same lifetime? Do they? Maybe let's use something that's owned. String. So let's use foo. Foo. With just some struct foo. They don't have the same lifetime. What? Oh. This B is existing over here. Is this, or is it still considered to be the same one? One thing that is a bit annoying about this stream is that I am constantly teased with more links higher levels, but I can never have them. Oh, you will have them eventually. You just need to tell your friends to wishlist the game. So we get the billion wishlists because you have billion friends, right? And then we release the game because that's what we're waiting for. And then you can play the levels. You see what type it inferred for f? Maybe it's using this f still? I don't think it's using this f, right? Because I have a closure. Not. Same name. I'm derailing too much. What were we even trying to do? Say that closure inference for the things, for the lifetimes, is annoying. But then I failed to break it when I actually tried to do it. Okay. Maybe someone else can break it. In VS Code you can hover it. Yeah, too much work. Opening VS Code. Okay, I have this code here. We can just do that. Right? What's the code of this? It just says impl fn, foo foo foo. But this doesn't even show me the lifetimes. Right? There are some concrete anonymous lifetimes there. The people in the Rust Discord just said RIP and F. What do you mean? What Rust Discord? The official Rust Discord? What did they say RIP to? Which one? There's so many Rust Discords. Get into my question. Well, I would have I thought the impl would want the lifetime. I'm pretty sure impl wants the lifetimes. It's just not being shown because the lifetime is anonymous. So like it's like not shown by the language server, I think. Because even if you do, even if you do function f and then you have a argument which is impl fn i32 into i32, isn't this also supposed to complain? It is saying missing lifetime specifier, right? So like language server is showing me the type that is missing the lifetime specifier. You cannot do that. All right. Anyway, let me just transpile some JavaScript. Let's not worry about Rust and the lifetimes. Let's just do the JavaScript, the best language that you don't need to fight the borrow checker in, right? Function pattern check. So we need to this should calculate a boolean if value matches the pattern or not. So we are going to match the pattern here. If it is a placeholder, it means that we are trying to match everything. So I just say true, right? If it's a unit, then it is also true because we are type checked. We know that it's a unit. If it is a binding, then it is also true because I just pattern match and assign it to a variable immediately. Okay. If it's a tuple, then it's also true. Wait, is all the bindings just true? No, not all. Just the variant ones are not. Okay, so if this is a variant with a name, then we do have the value pattern. Oh no. This is not exactly true for tuples because we need to check that all the fields of the tuple are matching, right? Yeah. So I need to say for member and tuple, for member and field in tuple as a ref member and field. Okay. I need to say pattern check. Pattern check value would be formatted value indexed by member. Right? Indexed by member to string. I should probably like extract this into a method too. And pattern is a field. So a pattern matching all the fields. Right. Okay. And then if I have a variant, I need to say that this is where I have an end, basically, right? Oh, by the way, this should say end for all of those, right? So like we need all the fields needs to match. So let's also have index into iterator enumerate. If index is not 0, then I will write self and end, right? Okay, and then here I say I write value dot variant is equal to name, because I have the field that's called variant on the variant types, right? And then I also say that value is optional, right? So if let some value be value, then I also write self and I also need to pattern check, not pattern match, by the way. Over here should be pattern check. So I need to pattern check the value, which would be value dot value, and I check this with the value pattern. I'm trying to use Space Max, but it's not as crispy as NeoVide, NeoVim skill issue. I don't know, I never used Emacs. I would imagine there should be something similar. Hello, Grim ones. Value. This over here should be different because I have the value that I'm checking. So this should be value pattern. So this is the value that I'm checking. Value some value pattern. Like so. Okay. I finally learned Lisp basics. I might try Emacs again. Holy shit, my code compiled to JavaScript. You guys think this should actually work? You guys think this correct? This looks like correct JavaScript to you guys? Anyone sees a bug? Anyone sees a bug in this code? First try? Well, I have not tried running this yet. Maybe I generated some incorrect JavaScript. Calculator. No, not this. Lead code. This one. I need to not print test pasts anymore. Right? I just need to generate the JavaScript code like this. Let's just pass it through the Node.js. No, it says unexpected token not equal. Wait, what? There is is not equal the not correct token? Not equal. Over here, it says, yeah, it's when I'm saying if e.handle is not equal to unwindable 32628. Like, what's wrong with this code? Or what is wrong with this code? If variable with index variant is not continue. If this is not break, if this is not unwindable. Oh, wait, it's this one. Return not equal. What? Who generated this code? I just say return not equal. It would be really nice if I added like comments in this code specifying what am I trying to compile right now for easier debugging. I should have done that. You know what? Actually, like I'm writing strings directly, but we should have went through another intermediate representation, which is like intermediate representation of the actual JavaScript code. Oh, we can also generate the source map. How do you do this? I have no idea. Like we need an extra file, which is mapping like I don't know how it works. I need to look. But yeah. But I think source map would also still work only if the code that I'm generating is correct. How do you decide when to add intermediate representations? Well, I think so. Like right now, I'm generating unreadable JavaScript. I think it's not that difficult to generate actually readable JavaScript code. You know, remove a bunch of like unnecessary like anonymous lambdas that are being invoked immediately. Replace all of these variable 232626. Like I can include the original variable name here at least, so to understand. I can actually do this right now. Let me do this. I have this binding name, right? So binding name is just saying variable, but I want to just say this. I want to just say this, you know. Escape identifier, which is binding symbol name, you know, where function escape identifier would be identifier, which is string, into string. Let's just say identifier characters, select, but then I need to, I don't know, map character. If character is alphanumeric, then I will just return the character itself. But if not, then I will just return underscore. Let's just say this, you know. What's the alternative of the underscore? This can still collide because of the stupid integers. Is there any other symbol other than underscore and alphanumerics that is usable in JavaScript? Dash is not. No, dash is used in like you cannot have an identifier with a dash inside of it in JavaScript. No. In Cast, though, I do support the kebab case, which is why I need to like translate it. I can do like a filter map, something, or like, you know, map, and then I can do what? Can I have an iterator which is like aware of the previous element? A reduce or what? Reduce. No, not reduce. Fold. Let's fold this. Down. So it only has like only a single underscore, not like double underscores after each other. Initial is going to be string new, and then we have accumulator and character, and I say if accumulator is sum, and no, if accumulator ends with underscore and c is equal to underscore, then I just return accumulator. Otherwise we say accumulator plus c. Can you just add the thing like this in Rust? A string and a character? No, you cannot. But I can do let mode acc is acc, and then acc push c, and then return acc, right? Use hashtag. Hashtag is also not usable as the identifier part, right? I can do this. I can do this. And then I do the double underscore before the ID. That makes sense. It just means that inside the code, I will see now the variable name, so I can kind of understand what's being compiled a little better right now, right? Wait, what is why do I have now return list iter? Return list. Oh no, it's fine. Wait, but why do I have the variable that's called list somewhere? List. Why do I have lists? What's that? Where is list coming from? Anyway, this is almost nice. Like, you can see some of the variables. I did see it a second ago. There's still some variables which are temporary. Oh no, this is the code, the new code, right? Or no, this is the last code. Yeah, so yeah, see, we have a for loop variable, right? And then let's just try, let's output this to the file. Output JS. All right. So yeah, there you go. We have like the variable that's called edges. That's part of my solution. I want to search for not equal over here, right? So this is where t is equal to the argument. Oh, I understand. Not equal. This is a native not equal. Okay. I understand this. It's from the standard library. That's where it's coming. We have a native not equal somewhere. This one. So when I see this in code, it is just being written as a not equal in the JavaScript, and this is obviously not correct JavaScript. So all the natives should be done differently. Hello, Ball City. Just activate your Linux already, man. Just give me the money, man. Can't afford it. I'm spending too much time streaming, making my own programming language, instead of working and getting paid. Is there an easy way to generate identifiers that look like names, are unique, and are not too close to each other when pronounced? Just get a Windows, man. Windows also is not free, right? What do you mean just get Windows? Okay, so how do I will write it similarly to the operators. like this. That's what I need to do. I need to copy this operator plus and do the same for all of these. Less than. Yeah, all of these should be changed. Let's do a macro QQ operator binary. Okay, so we go for plus. I change this to. I mean, yeah, I just do this and then I substitute plus for equal. That's what I do. Okay, let's just go through all of these. Substitute equal. I need to copy the plus specifically because then otherwise it's annoying. So substitute less plus with less. Substitute plus with a less than or equal. Then we have equal, and then we have the more than or equal. And then we have the more. So these are all the operators, plus there is also the not equal. Right here. Plus not equal. So this means that it's a function which is written like this in JavaScript, if in case we're doing JavaScript. I overflowed the stack. Isn't my stack 1 GB? Did I overflow a gigabyte? I don't know, maybe. I cannot go into the REPL. Okay. Ref expression inferred as bool. Let me see again. The when I say A is equal to B, I call these on references. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, that's the difference between the math operations and the comparison operators. These things, they operate on references. So over here, for all of these comparison operators, I need to substitute the thing which were equals to t to equal to reference to t. Like this. Because the comparison operators, they operate on references. They don't need to take ownership of the things, right? Let's see. Expected type string got bool. Standard library 67. What do you mean? While initializing the target dependent, expected type string got bool. Where? Line 67. 1 equals to 2. Now we overflow the stack here. Amazing. What's wrong with this code? Let me see. If we have a operator binary equals, let's say if target name is interpreter, then we say that it's an equal. Do you have a background in compilers? No. I'm just guessing. Yes. I don't have a background in anything. Except for competitive programming, I guess. Better programming is big in my background, though, I would say. And then hobby game dev is another background. But that's just hobby, and that has always been hobby. We've been doing the game development for a long time, but it was always just a hobby. And I started just streaming it at some point. Oh, right. These functions. I see it. I see it. Why did not see it? Like the functions that are trying to compare. So like they should return Boolean, right? We compare two things, and if like the comparison is true, then we give a Boolean. That's what was missing. Okay. But I still overflow the stack. Fine, let's just give it more stack. Ulimit s. How much? I have 15 free gigabytes of memory. Let's give this stack. I mean, this is a bug though, right? Let's just give it 10 gigabytes. How much memory could you possibly need? I don't know. I mean, I actually do the infinite recursion probably somewhere. Just need to figure out where it is exactly. Probably in the transpiler though. Let's go back to the gigabyte. Probably in the transpiler. JavaScript. Just TCO it? What's TCO? Rust absolutely has TCO. Oh, you mean tail call optimization? It's not always like you need to write your code in a specific way. Get tail call optimizations. What was it, the last thing that I was writing? I think it's the pattern checking. I would guess that it's pattern check. Let's just write over here. Print yo. And see if it prints yo forever. It's not. Okay, in this case, let's go to the lead code example itself and see what code was done, right? Let's not output. Let's just do this. Well, is anything even being printed to the screen? I don't see anything being printed. Let's say print hi before I do the transpiling. I do not get to the hi. Okay. So I actually broke something. Print hi. So it's actually, I think it's inside the test, right? So like when I actually test the code. Okay, yes. And then I would guess that it is when I'm doing the equality operators. So over here, print, let's just do dbg actual result. Nope. Max target nodes. Is there still some equalities? I guess over here. Yeah. dbg vertex id. Max target nodes. Can I detect the, like, can I write my code somehow? Like, I have an interpreter, right? Can I check that my code is, like, close to, like, is there a function in Rust? How much free space on the stack do I have? Print 1. 1, 1. Let's see how many ones I get printed. Only 2 of them. So like this over here, tree data is what we have. Let's go to tree data. Yeah, there's equality here. There you go. DBG neighbor ID. There you go. So like this over here, I'm trying to evaluate the not equal, and then we never get inside, right? Let's just say print after. Like this is just never print in. Nothing is being printed, right? Yeah, I literally cannot compare things anymore. Like, I mean, that's the only thing that I touched. So let's say standard library. It's just a native less. Which is this, returning Boolean. Interpreter, natives. Operator. CMP operator. Can I say over here, print, comparing? Like, do I even get to this code? Can't the main thread sometimes dynamically grow the stack? A main thread, no. So the main thread is different on the operating system. And on Linux, it's controlled by the operating system. And on Windows, you have, like, I guess there's some property in the executable, how much stack you want. I don't think you can grow it dynamically, though, from the stack. I mean, maybe get our limit in sys resource. Is there, like, a cross-platform way, though, to do that? One is equal to 2. I just don't get there, right? I just overflow the stack immediately. So what is happening? This is never happening. So I have the binary, insert binary comparison operator. Insert binary impl. Insert function. Print in. Like I'm not getting here either, right? Just to check. One is equal to 2. I'm not getting there. Standard library KS. What is changed here? What is actually changed? If I have stand in the standard library, these comments are kind of interesting. Unsafe function in it. Linux doesn't allocate the whole stack right away, and the kernel has its own stack guard mechanism to fault when growing too close to an existing mapping. If we map our own guard, then the kernel starts enforcing a rather large gap above that, rendering much of the possible stack space useless. Instead, we'll just know that we expect our limit to start faulting. Our handler can report stack overflow and trust that the kernel's own stack guard will work. I want to see this. Native equal. Left hand side is 1. Right hand side is 2. Evaluating call expression. 1 is not a reference. So we are supposed to have references here, right? There we go, full. So like that's what we rewrite this into eventually. Okay. Now let's see operator binary equal with int 32. So this is the thing. Okay, so it's the That makes sense. What's overflowing the stack though? I don't get it. Initializing this template overflows the stack. Why? What is different? Maybe it's... Wait, hold on. Is it formatted? Oh, hold on. Is this properly... I think I know why. Just look at this line here, right? It's a function that's returning a function. But wasn't this already working like this for like pluses? Like plus works, right? 2 plus 2. Does this work? Oh, 2 plus 2 also doesn't work. Okay, my bad. I thought my 2 plus 2 was working. Alright. I think the difference is this over here. If I go into the REPL and I say, what is this parsed into? You know, target name is JavaScript, then A, then B, then C. So this is a function definition where argument is the equal and body is a function definition from A. Wait, hold on. No, this is actually correct. That's what I want. Interesting. What did I break? I did not commit in a while. I should have. Git stash. Go into the REPL. Was my 2 plus 2 working before today? I think, I mean, yeah, I like ran the code today, right? So it definitely was working. I solved the lead code without transpiling already. Two plus two definitely works. 2 equals 2 also obviously works. And the standard library still says the same stuff, right? Yes. Okay. It's stash pop. I mean, I don't see an issue in this code. It's literally the same. So what did I do? Let's see the diff. Tuples. Runs, compiler. Built-ins. Natives. There's a lot. Wait, maybe it's the changes in the standard library? How do I open this in full screen? Switch view tab. No. Ah, my god, what happened? Hello, math ain't no easy. True. Hello. What's the keybind? To the switch view tab, but tab doesn't do anything. I mean, I just moved the things from top to the bottom, didn't I? Okay, let's just debug. So there is a just REPL. Can I instantiate any template parse int32? I can, right? So it's literally just operator binary plus, which I cannot instantiate, right? Okay, sure, why not? Because of the substitute. Oh, maybe substituting the bindings doesn't work anymore. And it's like maybe doing it forever. Let's see. But it's supposed to be handled by the recurse cache. Interpreter, instantiate. Let's go here. Call function. Let's say print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4. One of these is supposedly not working. I will guess that it's substituting the bindings. Okay, so 2 plus 2. Oh wait, so it's trying to call the function again? Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, it's not substituting the bindings. All right, it's just literally calling the body. So is the body? Okay. Sure. Let's do this. Print. Like, what is the body that? What am I trying to call here? Right. Compiled body. Body data span. Right. Let's print this. Print calling function at this position. Tracing info. Two plus two. So I'm calling function as standard library 79, and then it's just calling itself forever recursively. Standard library 79 is a function. So literally this function. Oh, wait a second, guys. I found it. Because this is actually interesting. So because in order to evaluate this function, I need to see what the target is, and in order to see what the target is, I need to see if the target name is equal, right? But so, and then the equality is implemented like this. That's why it's called itself immediately. This actually makes sense. Shit. Because this CFG needs to be evaluated, right? And then it's like just trying to see if it's equal. It's calling itself. All right, that makes sense. Makes so much sense. Yes. Like I'm trying to define equality using equality of the targets. So I think in this case, I can just say, I'll just do it manually. Native equal. Left-hand side is target name. And right-hand side is interpreter. There you go. I don't really need to do the second one. Let's have a comment here. Can't have normal target name is equal to interpreter. because it will recurse. Okay, 2 plus 2. Interpreter is not a reference. Reference to the interpreter. Okay, there we go. 2 plus 2 works. 2 equals 2 works. Okay, that was a little bit not obvious, but yeah. Let's go back. Change this to trace. And forget about it. Just run. Okay, LeetCode. Back to LeetCode. Okay, now is this the correct JavaScript? It's not. Still unexpected token not equal. Wait. What? Because I evaluated this because I like if I instantiate a template during interpretation, then it will become the native one. But then it will become the native function. Yeah. And not the code itself. Why did I only fix the equals? Because I don't use the other operators in other places. I only use the equality, right? Other things are going to be fixed automatically. Because I only use them. I only use equality. I don't use the operator itself here. Right? And hello, Spike. Output.js, not equal. There is still, it still is the same thing, right? T is this. So it's some generic. And generic is returning the not equal. Test value rs. Wait, what? File has been changed since reading it? What do you mean? Everything is broken, isn't it? Average new Vim experience. I hate it. Options. Wait, what did I press? I overflowed the stack again. What happened? What did I press? Whoa. I'm going to quit New Vim because of this. What happened actually? And what's my change? Am I going to need to do everything that I did already today from scratch? It's because like I saved all the files. Let's take a look at the standard library. Equal. No, this is looking correct. What do you mean you overflow the stack? Oh, I think it's just like my ulimit was broken. Like by default, we have only 10 megabytes, which is not enough. So I needed the gigabyte. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's commit everything, you know? Commit it. Even though it's not working really. Return not equal. There's no way I am returning the not equal though. Native not equal. What if I say native not equal native ABC? Native ABC is not found. Standard library 87. No, I mean that's fine. Let me do this in JavaScript. Let me do this. JavaScript here. I say expression native, right? I want to see what is the native code, right? Over here. What is this code? Like, what am I trying to transpile? Should be very, very close. Oh no, it's like, it's done separately, okay. Yeah, there's just like a single not equal. Okay, I am compiling not equal. Where am I compiling this? I can figure it out. I can figure it out, I think. Let's do this. If code is equal to not equal, I will say bail not equal. This will work. We will figure out what am I trying to compile and where is it. Wait, what? Wait a second. I didn't get an error. I returned some code which looks correct. Wait, what? Did I even like what? Sorry? How can that happen? You can see a red squiggly line. Yeah, I saw another error because of like some other code, but the not equal is no longer a problem. How's that? It's just wrong. Wait, hold on. If I comment this out and if I instead print code once again, there is going to be a code. Like it's going to say the not equal, right? Like it is saying the not equal, so it is generating it. What? I'm supposed to panic here. But it's just ignoring my error. Am I ignoring the errors somewhere? Let's take a look at the warnings. That is not about the JavaScript. There's something like unused result, right? The error variant returned is very large. Nah, I don't care about that. Unnecessary let. Nothing in the JavaScript that has been ignored. What? So if eval expression transpile. Maybe I don't. Wait, it's literally over here. Transpile function, look at this. Why do I not have the warning? Can anyone tell me why does Rust not give me a warning? I'm awaiting something that returns a result. Why is there no warning here? Allow unused. Is this why? Is unused also unused like that are like results? I guess it is. Can I make only like is it part of the dead code? Like what should I disable then? Like there's too many warnings that I don't care about, but some warnings I do, like this one. It's called unused must use. All right. Unused result, it must be used. JavaScript 229. Another one. Unused result that must be used. I don't see anymore. Deny unused must use, maybe. Oh, I can like I can allow everything that is unused, but deny the unused must use. Yeah, probably. All right. Evaluating call expression, line 158 in LeetCode. 158. This one. I'm evaluating this, which is basically transpiling. While evaluating this, temporary call at line 158. Okay, evaluating assign expression at line 158. Then expression. Oh, yeah, okay. Now I need to say, now I need to add like this context. What am I transpiling, you know? I need to do this over here. Context, like, can I do wrap error? Over here. And to do let implementation is this. And then I do async move. Boxed implementation await wrap error with while transpiling this, which would be expression show short. Does this include at? It does. Okay. So that's that should be enough then. All right. So while transpiling native expression at standard library 87, while transpiling target dependent and standard library 86, standard library 86. Yes. So like, why would I even go into the not equal here? I have a target dependent stuff, right? So target dependent. I'm supposed to select with my target being JavaScript. Right? Did I select the branch incorrectly? The branch is native. Name is not equal. Yes. Can I print expression? So like I have expression, then I select the target dependent branch and I selected the wrong branch. That's what happened. Somehow. I have this target dependent branch. The first branch is instantiate. Is I have a condition. Oh, wait. Wait. The first branch is this. Where condition is instantiating a native. No, this is operator binary plus plus equals a string. Body is native. Otherwise, it's this one. T with boolean. Body function is function. Condition. Target name. String reference. String reference. Wait, what? Well, I mean, yeah, this looks correct. I'm transpiling the if expression at line 147 at lead code 147. This one, right? If list edge is not equal to 2, right? So I'm trying to do the not equal one. Okay. Standard library. If I do the not equal, we say this. That's literally what I'm trying to do. Can I do this? Comp time print target name and then return target name is equal is interpreter. Like, what's my target name there? I want to see it. Did I not do that? Print is not found, or print is defined like later. Comp time. Wait, but why would that even matter? Because I'm compiling it right now. Yes. Yes, I just need to do print, not comp time print, because this will be evaluated at comp time later. It still says it's saying print not found. Because it's doing this here. Alright, so the problem is that when I go this way, okay, I go this way over here. So I select target dependent branch. Target is supposed to be JavaScript. Right? But it is interpreter for some reason. That's right? I'm inserting the target symbol. And the target symbol is only being used in this place, literally. This is the only place where it is being used. This is the only bug, right? There's some stupid simple bug here. I want target get field name print name. So like every time I'm trying to get the name of the target. Let's see. What is the last target that I checked? See, interpreter, right? This is just wrong. It is never equals to JavaScript. Why? Why is that? Let's keep this printed, right? Name is Java. Name is this, but then let's also do target selected branch over here. I will say print target print selecting. Like this is a bug, right? Like, why am I yeah, okay. So here's what's happened. I was selecting interpreter, and then I'm selecting a JavaScript. Wait. I know. I think I know what happens. So yeah, let's take a look here. So when I'm trying to evaluate this, target is equal to interpreter, right? How do I do this, right? Because in order to evaluate this, in order to evaluate the equality here, I need to go here, right? I need to go to the implementation of the equality. So like we are doing the inequality, right? And in order to like get to evaluate this, I need to basically evaluate this. In order to evaluate this, we go here, and then I need to do another target dependent selection. And because of that, I'm overwriting the target that I was using here. I'm actually, yeah, like I'm shadowing the thing. This makes sense. This makes sense. I need to undo the setting of the thing after I selected my branch. Select target branch. You see how over here, right? I'm inserting into the interpreter the value of the current target. that I'm selecting, right? And then if inside of me actually evaluating the condition, I also could update this, and that would be completely wrong. So I need to. I could do a new scope with this symbol. I could do a new scope with this symbol when evaluating the condition. Probably. Yeah, like why? Like yeah, why am I doing like this? It should be only inside the condition. Wait a second. So wait. I'm inserting this inside of the condition. I'm evaluating. So because I'm evaluating, I am becoming the interpreter. I go here again. I insert it into the same scope. Like I need to actually make a new scope. I'm cloning existing scope, and yeah, but I need to do it on a new scope. Always. Scopes. New. Self spawn ID. Scope type non-recursive. Parent is some scopes. I make a new scope. Yeah, like I was entering the scope here. Yeah, and then I make a new scope inside there. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, no. Sure. My brain doesn't work anymore. Let's just see if this works. It worked. It worked. I actually generated this thing now instead of not equal. Okay, I think this is correct. Hopefully, this is correct. Okay, yes, scopes are difficult. Okay, let's go to output JavaScript. Is this correct JavaScript now? No, it's not. So like there is also this thing, right, in this place. So I forgot to do a semicolon after getting a value somewhere. JavaScript. Target dependent, native. This can be deleted. It's in this one place. So it's a value, throw assertion failed. If variant is not break. This is value. Oh, this is me like doing the pattern matching. Right, this is if the variant is break. Yeah. If the variant is break, then I Okay, I think I know where it is. JavaScript Rust. So when I'm doing the match expression match, right? Because over here, yeah, I'm doing the pattern matching, and then I'm doing the returning, right? And before the return, I need a semicolon. That's the one. Let's see if the code is now correct. JavaScript. Oh, the code is correct JavaScript, guys. The syntax-wise, JavaScript, my JavaScript is correct. Now the question is it going to run properly? Also, like, let's actually generate the code, like, just like before. I was generating the code that was actually, like, doing the tests. Like this. Right? So let's actually test the code automatically in the JavaScript code too. Right? So we have these tests. We have these two tests. Let's write the tests and run them in JavaScript. So test is, we have a value. We have this thing. Right? I'm just going to console log so that I will see it in the output. The me calling the function. It's not difference of sums anymore. It's max target nodes. Max target nodes is this. Now that I have max target nodes, I can call the function called max target nodes. With the thing. Which is the value. That is my argument. Yeah, a test is just having the argument, right? That I'm transpiling like this. And we will get a list as a result. Potentially. And then we need to convert this from like from the cast calling convention to JavaScript. Also, now all the functions, they actually take two arguments, not one. First of which is the context, and context is something like this, right? Just an empty JavaScript object to begin with. Number literal could not be inferred. 169. Value is edges 1. Is list int 32. Oh, but this is like a different function. Okay, this is actually a little bit annoying to test. Let's ignore this. Let's just run this. Let's just test this on the LeetCode website. I'll just say that function is max target nodes. And then I say max target nodes is a function which takes edges 1, edges 2, and at this point it should just be easy. So I call the function with an empty thing, and then and the actual object has edges 1 being equal to edges 1. Is there a shorthand syntax for this in JavaScript? Having a field with a value which is this field? JavaScript doesn't have that, right? Just say edges 1, and edges 2 to make an object. Yes, just like Rust. Oh wait, can I just do, so I can just do edges 1 and edges 2 like this? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's see. What do I try? I mean, I want to just like try calling this function, right? Fine, let me just copy it to the clipboard and submit to the like lit code. Maybe it will work first try, you know, who knows? Who knows, maybe this will work first try. Run. Runtime error, like line 2. Unwindable is not defined. Okay. Unwindable 38389. Okay, is not defined. Sure. So it's about the unwinding. Let's take a look at okay, I mean, let me just get this. Let me just print. I'm going to do a fake test, right? Like marks target nodes. This is edges 1. There we go. I think we just do this. This is edges 1 and this is edges 2. Right? And then I want to do console log of this, right? This is like me doing the example. Let's run this through Node.js. And there we go. Undefined is not defined. Unwindable. So we go for a JavaScript. Unwindable. So we have this handle variable, right? I do assign it. I do assign it. Oh, I do pattern matching before assigning it, actually. I understand. Pattern matching, this pattern matching should be inside of the scope after I do that. There we go. Yeah, I need to like assign the handle variable, then pattern match it into like whatever name they were actually using in the code. That makes sense. Unexpected token. Now I have an unexpected token because before pattern matching or after pattern matching, I need a semicolon. Now, makes sense. List is not defined. So yeah, that's what I was wondering. What is the list? It's because I have a native list probably somewhere. Native list. Push list get. There you go. These are the ones. So now I need to implement the lists in terms of JavaScript. Right? Right. So we say CFG if target name is interpreter. Then we have a native list push. Let's do this. So list push means, how do you do this in JavaScript? Yeah, first of all, in the this must be a function taking list and value, list and value. I mean, it's a list reference and value, right? And then we do like native code, which would be list reference, because this is a reference. So I will need to get the reference, and then I need to append the value, right? That's what you do in Node.js. Append, push. It's actually push. Append is from JavaScript, so it's from Python. We need to do push. Okay, set would be list reference, index, and value would be native list reference get at index is equal to value. These commas are unnecessary. Okay, next, for the list length. How do you get the length of the list in JavaScript? Length? Okay. Instead of adding div JS implementation for each function, wouldn't it be better to have different files for interpreter in JavaScript? Maybe. That is another option, I guess. But I'm kind of referring to the same function when I'm writing the code. So it's the function implementation that's different. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe what I'm doing is a bad idea. But like, it's not exactly the same way as it works in Rust or Zig, the conditional compilation here. Like, I'm literally type checking all of the targets at the same time. So this would be list ref get length. I would instead like just have like this is just a this is like where we select the target, and then the actual implementation, I guess, could live in its own module for JavaScript, and its own module for like the interpreter, its own module for like other targets. But there still needs to be like this entry point, I think, which is doing like the target selection somewhere, right? So there should be the common module too, which is doing that anyway. Straf. Oh, and this is the iteration. Oh shit, iteration is not going to work. Let's do this right now, like that. Native row. Row to do. And if I want to do the get, List ref and index. Native. List ref. Get. List. List is listref.get, and then I return the object where get is list index. And yeah, and also let index be index. Let list be listref.get. Get list index set value list index is value. And then I invoke this immediately. Here from the game, love it. Nice, thank you. Remember to wishlist. Did you play the demo? Left a review. Oh, that would be a first one. I don't think we had reviews yet. Nice. Thank you. All right, let's try running this again. Unexpected token throw. Where? Over here. This probably needs to be an expression which throws this. Unexpected token colon. Wait, what? Like, okay, do you not write this in JavaScript? I get one, set two. No, this is how you do it, yes. I forgot to close the bracket. I see that. Maybe this is the problem. I saw 3 reviews and I posted mine. Oh, maybe I just didn't check. Maybe I just didn't check in a while. All right. I feel like I'm so close, but there is a little bit to do more. I don't think I can get it done in the next 5 minutes anyway. I might want to end the stream here. Okay, what's the syntax issue? My NeoVim just hangs when looking at this JavaScript. My NeoVim is frozen. It cannot do anything. Why does it not say on which column? Syntax error. Where? There's a huge line. Can you tell me where exactly, please? Node.js. There's some stack trace. But there is nothing like showing me the column of the actual code, right? It says line 2. But it doesn't say on which column, only the line. I found it. Hold on. It's over here. Yeah. So why is this incorrect? Can anyone tell me? So I have get this returns list index and set. Why is this highlighted here? What's the problem? What's the problem here? Or the problem is not exactly there? Because this is correct syntax. Okay. And then we have this. So I have this closure, which is then being invoked immediately. Then I return it. Set is a keyword. Wait, is set a keyword? This is also a block and does look like you assigned or returned the block. What do you mean? Oh, I didn't return it. I needed to return it. I got it. I understand. That's the problem. Over here, right? I need to return it, not just yeah. That makes sense. Because I'm used to the last expression being the result. So I'm imagining that this over here, this throw to do should be the thing. Yeah, okay, it actually was caught, the to do. So this over here means that I need to iterate over the list. This is done through the context system, which is the implicit argument. Actually, it's yeah, like I just don't know the ID here. I guess I don't know the ID, but it means that I would need to calculate it actually. Yeah, I would need to calculate it here. Comp time. Should it be comp time? Maybe. Maybe comp time T is generator handler reference to T. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. Like I need to get the current context, even though I have it kind of, and to figure out the field name, which depends on the type, and then call the handler of the generator. Set is actually a keyword, just being activated. Isn't being activated now. Yeah, so like there are some things which are sometimes keywords and sometimes not. I want to have something like this too, I think. All right, so we have this to do. I guess I will do it next time, or maybe off stream. Who knows? We remove output. JS. Almost there. All right, I just need to end the stream. But this lead code is basically solved. stream forever. Now I need to go and play with the kid a little bit. And I'll just sandwich cakes.
In experting about game dev, which means that I will suck at game dev, but I'm poor now. So I'm glad to announce that I'm releasing.
See you guys next time. Bye.
By me, the expert legend. Okay, you're talking about the course that was 700. I want to know someone that actually bought the course. Would love to see it, but I'm not spending 700 on that, man. Absolutely not. There's no way.